Traveling lights, how it usually goes. Mind open wide with a heart open closed. Start at the bottom, but time only knows. Unravel the tale of the world that I chose. Seek an answer in an infinite skyline. A promising refrain, but the meaning tends to vanish when it's me, myself, and I again. I don't complain about it, I just don't have the time. Half the time, wondering whether the weather will give me some sunshine. Reaching outward for a lifeline that I won't find in this lifetime. Descend into dystopia created in my mind. Cause it's not fine and it hasn't been for a while now. It feels like a struggle to smile now. Like, is anything really worthwhile? How can it be? Trial and error kind of lifestyle that I lead, leaving me high and dry. Can smile with basically anyone, but the riddles and who I can frown beside. My chaotic good alliance that forgets about it. Revelation, solitary confinements in a wet and crowded station. Just defeated light within the dark of life inside quotation marks. Maybe something's missing in this overcast heart. I'm always reaching out, shine away. Don't feel like you gotta stay. Better keep it just me. It's better that we trust me. Despite my distorted and selfish heart, thinking you and I could be alike, so why be apart? I figure let's be lonely together till the weather clears up. That's enough. Like hazy skyscrapers into the sky. On a kid's eyes side by side, gotta leave it all behind. My broken heart was blinded by your beautiful mind, and even if I could rewind to think, I'll likely wind up lying in a desperate kind of silence deep inside of this soul, to where my heart is where the darkness tends to swallow me whole. We're told to smile for those you feel like you owe it, conceal and happiness never show it. Get into character, everyone's watching, staring, comparing, there's no sign of stopping. I'm dead on my feet, but I'm also dead set on not dropping. But someone explain why I wish every woman stopped
Hi,
talking.
nice to see you.
Start walking. If today is a day, I don't want to pretend I accept that. Forget being human is never a setback. Stay true to yourself, don't regret that. A weakness is strength, and respect that. Speaking up is impossible, nobody gets that. Trust you. With a melody, keep on telling myself it'll turn into something. Burning inside as I'm learning this life is eternally searching for anyone else who can say that they felt that.
No, Kennedy, what if I told you you're the cringe?
My innermost pain within the weary smile of someone else I thought was the same. I'm always reaching out, shine away. Don't feel like you gotta stay. Better keep it just me. It's better that we trust me. Despite my distorted and selfish heart, thinking you and I could be alike, so why be apart? I figure let's be
Hi, nice to see you.
together till the weather clears up. That's enough. Like
Hello, Deadly, how are you? No, Kenny, you don't understand the gravity of the situation of how cringe you are. I don't think you grasp the concept that I'm trying to force upon thee. Maybe guess what? What's up, Deadly? If you say you understand, Kennedy, then you do not understand. And that is how much I'm telling you. A certain someone hit plat, mind blown. Yeah, I saw Trav did, eh? Without you, eh? Silly Deadly, what are you doing? Before you know it, Trav will be fucking supersonic legend before you. One job, Deadly, one job. Shake my head.
Hazy skyscraper, really there's no place I belong.
Should I do a Toho cover with my violin? I see no problems with it. Audio cut out? Ah, damn shame. Ah, if only you heard what I said, Deadly. Damn shame. Oh well, maybe next time. Checks VOD? Bruh. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, what a loser checking the VOD. Who checks the VOD? Only losers check VODs. Yao Yazong is great, bro. Chen's themes,
Start at the bottom, but time only knows. Unravel the tale of the world that I chose. Seek an answer in an infinite skyline. A promising refrain, but the meaning tends to vanish when it's me, myself, and I again. I don't complain about it, I just don't have the time. Half the time, wondering whether the weather will give me some sunshine. Reaching outward for a lifeline that I won't find in this lifetime. Descend into dystopia created in my mind. Cause it's not fine and it hasn't been for a while now. It feels like a struggle to smile now. Like, is anything really worthwhile, how can it be? Trial and error, kind of lifestyle that I lead, leaving me high and dry. Can smile with basically anyone, but the riddles and who I can frown beside. My chaotic good alliance, and forgets about it. Revelation, solitary confinements in a wet and crowded station. Just defeated light within the dark of life inside quotation marks. Maybe something's missing in this overcast heart. I'm always reaching out, shine away. Don't feel like you gotta stay. Better keep it just me. It's better that we trust me. Despite my distorted and selfish heart, thinking you and I could be alike, so why be apart? I figure let's be lonely together till the weather clears up. That's enough, like hazy skyscrapers into the sky. Honey kids, eyes side by side, gotta leave it all behind. Broken heart was blinded by a beautiful mind, and even if I could rewind to think, I'll likely wind up lying in a desperate kind of silence deep inside of this soul.
All right, I'll be stuck listening to that if I keep going. All right, in we go. I'm pretty sure the intro sequence for this game is pretty fast, so I won't bother reading it. I'll just let it play out and then start the game from there.
Hi, nice to see you.
Oh, it's not that bad. Hello, Saber, how you doing? Hey, guess what? I've got a job that you're going to love. Nice and easy, this is strictly a salvage mission, no crazy shit, I promise. One of those old pre-FTL generation ships from the 2000s, the Mugonghwa, however the hell you pronounce that, just popped up on my radar. Its disappearance was apparently some big unsolved mystery. Never made it to its destination, I guess. It's just drifting lifelessly in orbit of Antares B. I'll send you the exact coordinates, it's pretty hard to get a visual on. Probably why nobody's found it before. Responsible for this one is a historical society from the outer colonies. Here's what the objective card says. Download any log files you can, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI Mute for assistance. It's a good, easy gig, and I want you to take this one. It should be asocial enough for you. I don't want to hear any complaints. Dispatch control out. Thank you for the lurk, Saber. Oh, that wasn't bad at all. We can go straight in there. The system is property of the Unified Korea Space Probe Agency, accessed by individuals not affiliated with the UK SPA or a successor organization is a felony under the UK SPA Act of 2381. Last login, Kim Hyun A. 221,432 days ago. AI personality currently disabled, reverting to command line. Admin access required. Requires password to use. Admin access temporarily disabled. Please speak with AI to restore. Off to a great start. Alright. Hello? Oh my word. An external connection? Is someone out there? It's been so many. Hold on. I gotta see if my. Yep. My screen was so fucking bright. It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh, jeez. I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hyun A. The star is of course silent. It just represents that I'm an AI. I control all the log keeping systems on the Mugonghua, or at least what's left of them. Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you a terminal so you can respond. There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Jeez. My apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looked like garbage to me. That's bad. I think there may be a problem with my language parsing systems. Sorry. Somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this? Alright. Very well, we have that at least. I'm afraid if we can't get text input fixed, that'll have to suffice. I'm terribly sorry, it must be difficult being unable to say anything. This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to try and help you navigate these records anyways. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult since, well, without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry though, it's my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best. Right, let me see. I'll try to provide you with a sampling of logs to start out with, and you can show me the things that you want information on. I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do. Well, that's all I suppose. Pardon me, let me just build you an interface to work with, so you don't have to struggle with a terminal. Very well, it's all set. And, I suppose this is a little bit awkward, but can I just say one more thing before you get to work? I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Having someone to talk to is really, really amazing. I thought maybe I never would again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Jeez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough. If you look in your interface, once you open a document, you can click on that little button of me to show me whatever it is. So, which subject do you wish to know more about? If you look in your... Oh, whoa, sorry. You've heard that all already, right? I think I just repeated myself there. Sorry, I kinda tend to do that. That's the problem with computers. They tend to respond in the same way to things. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help it. I won't mention it again, but, well, here, let me change something to try and make things less confusing for you. If the Speak to Me button menu item, if the Speak to Me menu item or the Show Message button is grayed out, that means I have nothing new for you. Hopefully that will help. Otherwise, it's just a weird quirk you'll have to accept. Sorry. A cliche to remember. Namjoon Yeobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase. Oh, hello. Actually, I was just testing that indicator icon to see if it'd get your attention. I just thought, it'd be a good way of letting you know when I have something to say. I mean, like, if I think it's super important, I can always just interrupt you. But, I don't want to distract you if I can help it. I mean, that sucked, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you right in the middle of you trying to do work? So, I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on. And I'll set the indicator if I want to tell you something. Really? That's just something you need to keep in mind when reading these logs. It was considered to be the natural way of things. Well, what do you think? I know, right? Just absolutely terrible and stupid. But that was normal. So try to keep that in mind. That's what everyone really did believe. Even nearly all the women. And if that sounds terrible to you, well, you must come from an awfully nicer society. I'm not gonna lie, I never did figure out what exactly is going on here. Bye, Kerehi. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thank you for the lurk, Kerehi. Kim Jung-soo, Hyo Min-jung, married 2094. Hyo Min-jung. Oh yeah, there we go. Kim Yoon-mi, Park Kang-dae, which are here. The Pale Bride and Captain Ryu In-ho, which should be here. Kim Yeong-seok, Han, something, married 318. Right there. Huh? Yep. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Wives are noted by their family names and daughters are omitted entirely. These are the relevant parts of what I was able to piece together from the records. As far as the official genealogy is concerned, Yeon-seok is the heir of Jung-soo and was adopted in 317. Names in red are women. Dash means the name is forever unknown. Ah, okay. That's the end of the Kim family tree. As best as I could possibly manage to compile it. I'm afraid it's the best I could do. Ordinarily, women's names aren't ever put on genealogies, so I had trouble with those. I hope that helps you keep track of the family, though. Alright. Time to go. Time to get in there. Smith Kyung-sam, a pack of idiots. When our family falls into decline, I just want it to be perfectly clear why. It's because the Dae-hyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling them unfilial, but I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors, but my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. But, too fast. This has been in motion for years now. There was an inevitability. Even that any of the sons of Dai Hyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it's been well hidden. Only now is it starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I am returning from Sang Jung's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers, Sang Jung, the drunk, Sang Kyu, the dim-witted brute, and Sang Min, who despite being the eldest, seems to have more interest in cavorting with courtesans than creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the morning proceedings was Sang Kyu. What he was doing, I do not know. Knowing him, I can only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Sang Min and his widowed mother's insistence that Sang Jung had died of natural causes. Apparently, they had even found a doctor willing to put such a nonsense on the official record. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try and hide the obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smith family's fall. So, here's the background, I suppose. There were 2 major noble families in the Muganghwa. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I can't tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year even. I can give you a little bit about them for reference so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter very much at the end, so I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off of what I read. Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean. Osojin contempt. Despite hardly ever showing their faces in the entire time I have lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken upon themselves to visit again, a week after we were first forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste their timing was. So what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Jiang Mi, and mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Of course, as soon as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung-san made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words, it was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Sang-kyu leaving before they showed up, for wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting about was how embarrassing for the family it was that a noble man of the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death. As if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Sang-jung dying, but the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing, until finally, the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room. "What is going on in here?" she asked. He stood up. "I was just passing on a message to son's wife about his disgraceful conduct since he won't show his face himself." Then he added, "I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about our family shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I look like?" I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said, "Yes. But you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice. It took him a moment for that to register. Then he was just shocked. But mother-in-law wasn't done. "Please, leave," she said. "Now." They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they had left, I turned to her. "Thank you," I said, but she shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room without another word. Sorry, I don't really think there's anything else about them you'd find relevant. Smith Kyung-sam, by example. I have given up on any attempts at convincing the main branch family to get their act together, as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Now I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when it's my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith name's reputation, he will be able to do so as soon as possible. He seems far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he is only a child, but the boy is mature for his years, and perhaps there's wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is be better than them, right? He asked me while I was in a rage about handling the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He is right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes, and the commoners and the slaves. Perhaps so too must we serve an example to the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things do not see... Back. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It will be hard for him, of course, if the main branch family continues on this path of decay. But if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it is him. Kyung-sam. No, he's someone else. Never mind. Smith Kyung-sam. Here comes the fall. Here comes the fall. At least nobody's going to say I didn't see this coming. News that Sang-min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hello, Izzy? How you doing? I'm not gonna lie, your name does not ring any bells right now. News that Sang-min has gotten sacked just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave, it's been described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got a pretty good idea of what he's playing at too. He's hoping that making a move against Sang-min will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that as an excuse to shuffle him off for good. Really? G.I. Joes? Never watched that? Never watched that. Never watched that, my dude. I can tell you right now, I never watched that. All because I never grew up with it. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the King family, or Kim family, seems to be on the up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse. Now it's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything rides on him. That's it? Oh, I'm gonna hold off on that. It's a cartoon from the 90s, my dude. I know what G.I. Joe is, but I can tell you I never grew up with it. I can definitely say that, nor watching any movies. Kim Yeon-seok, the new heir. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor. It's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was a far worse fate than he ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly, we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. I am just a super geek. Fair, fair. I used to be able to tell fucking every single episode of Dragon Ball Z when I was younger, because I fucking watched the shit out of that. I couldn't tell you anything now, other than, you know, most normal things that people would know. What is this game? This would be a visual novel. Created by, I think, Christine Love? A game developer. She's got a few games that she released for free, but I don't think they're like massive games. They've got some infamy, but not that much. Basically the story thus far, we are playing as a character that is going through the records of a lost ship called the Mugonghua, and this girl on the left here is helping us go through all the files. The stories so far has been all about, I don't know, the political states of the ship, but I couldn't tell you. Hold up. The last few emails were in 317. When did the ship disappear? Amnesia, Machine for Pigs, is this game? I have that, I can tell you that, Kenny. I watched Dragon Ball before watching Dragon Ball Z just so I could flex it in random streams. Hey, let's go. I watched Z first and then Dragon Ball. But I finished Dragon Ball first before I finished Dragon Ball Z. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Snake Eye, thank you for the follow, let's go. I guess you want to properly say IZ.
Hi, nice to
Fellow
see you.
Epic Free Games person? Yes, Kennedy. I heard Dragon Ball. You didn't hear shit. Hi, Abby. How you doing? Oh, that's it. Can I show the message? Oh, well, I'm doing amazing. Thank you, Abby. I'm good, Abby. Just playing a game called Analogue, A Hate Story. We're just at the start, so not too much has happened. Have any good games been on Epic in the past 3 months? I haven't been looking. I couldn't tell you, Kanehi. I've just, whatever games that are free, I just grab them. Although, if you haven't got it, Kanehi, get City Skylines. Well, I suppose I can give you more about Yeon Seok. I don't know. I don't think you'll really find him very interesting. But here, you can see for yourself. I got it? Perfect. That's definitely a game I would recommend. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen gameplay of it and it looks very fun. Skylines is Pog? Perfect. Perfect. I would have played it if I wasn't feeling that bad. Unfortunately, I originally planned playing Fortnite today, but I was playing it before I started the stream. I couldn't get into it. I just felt way too sick to move that much. I got a dub before I stopped playing though. Don't ask me how, because I went to watch the replay and I don't know how I got that dub. I had no health compared to the other guy, and I fucking one-pumped him. Anyways, Yeon Seok's wife, the new happiness. Dearest mother, finally, I believe Yeon Seok has grown comfortable with me All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. I can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well and I like him. Perhaps it's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, Yeon Seok was reading over some papers for a dispute that the Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest. I think I will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right. His claim is fair, he told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Bemused, he handed the papers to me. It took a good while of studying just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right. But farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain. Then, you believe the farmer's trying to cheat his lord? He asked. I did. That's what I will report then. The next day, he told me that the magistrate agreed. And ever since then, he has started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math. To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here, at all. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's women's work, it's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but, well, it's not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over a brother or husband's shoulder was really, really common. Forgot I had this. Hello, Blitz. How you doing? What are you doing on that account? She's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's a 15-year-old woman for you. I was rather pessimistic even for you, Hyun-A. Lost Ark was not my game. Hey, high five. I couldn't get into it either. I tried. I gave it I think 1 or 2 hours. But I played so many games that was like that when I was younger. There's no way there's no way I'm not burnt out from games like Lost Ark with the same sort of dynamic gameplay, quote unquote. Kim Yeon Seok, the new friendship. While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests,
nice to see you.
Married at 15. Oh, I should say, while this is set in the future, apparently the Mugan Hua, the ship that we're currently investigating, it really feels like their society has gone backwards, big time. So the norm for us definitely does not apply to them. Beware, I live. The Mujahideen. Fuck off. Shalashaska. Colonel. What the fuck? How you doing, Liminako? While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out if it means cultivating Magistrate's Park trust even more. Just having the invitation alone's a pretty good sign. Calm. Alright, what about you? I'm good. I feel a little bit under the weather, so I'm not playing Fortnite. I tried playing Fortnite before the stream. Nah. I got one up, I caught it there. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led me the other way. Oh, you do not want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive to entertaining guests, I'm afraid. I'm not gonna lie. Despite playing this game for so long, I don't remember ever seeing this word. I don't even know what it means. What is this, your 5th playthrough? Hell yeah, there's probably more actually. I love this game a lot, but I've never actually sat down and read out loud what I've been reading. I'll be able to breeze through the game up until like a certain point, and then I need to remember what to do there, but we'll get there when we get there. Unconducive to entertaining guests, I am afraid, he said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. Instead, we headed to the plaza. Outside of the occasional New Year's festival, when I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see now just how richly decorated everything was, for what was essentially a giant market. Nepal? Conducive means helpful, I think. Oh yeah? What a fancy way to fuck my vocabulary. What kind of game is this? It's a visual novel. It's straight up a visual novel. Basically, the story is we're basically a private investigator. We've been sent to a job about searching the log files of a ship called the Mugonghwa, which showed up on dispatch's radar, and we are currently going through all the ship files with Hyun A, one of the AIs, trying to figure out what exactly happened. We can't download the files yet because apparently we need super user or the admin password, so we'll get there when we get there. I never play games like this. You should. It's basically a book, but with more pictures. It's not a picture book though. Where was I? Outside of the occasional New Year's festival, when I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for details at the time, so I was surprised to see now just how richly decorated everything was, for what was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adorned every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some prices on the signs I saw would make the emperor blush. Don't confuse the two. Where do you buy these visual novels at? Steam. Steam's got so many visual novels. This particular game, or series, has 2 games. Analogue, A Hate Story, and... Hate Plus, I'm pretty sure it's called. Let me go double check. The name escapes me right now, but I'm pretty sure it's Hate Plus. Yeah, it's Hate Plus. That's the second game. I played like 2 games of the codes I got from that giveaway a while back. So you have played them. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I'd ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is, and I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me, that when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for the position, but it would be a great stepping stone to the one I'm dreaming of. I remain calm since I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my life. The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was a big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see. No way this is a Kmart microphone you're using. The voice quality is neat. It is a Kmart $15 microphone. I paid $15 for this. See, the thing about the voice quality of this microphone, right? This isn't what it always sounded like. I don't know when, but it changed. I didn't even change it. I don't know what happened, but I don't know if it's software or if something just happened. Maybe the fucking microphone fell too many times. It evolved. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. But I heard it change from one stream to another, and I was like, what the I've actually looked into it. And I couldn't find where the change was. Nor am I gonna see where it would be. I went so far deep that I basically got a fucking what do you call it? I went into the BIOS. I bought these $14 earphones from a servo. The thing opened up in the first 10 minutes. Oh no. That's why you only buy from the $2 shop, bro. You buy from the reject shop, you'll always be happy until you lose them. You leave one of the few tiny modern stock white corridors that lead to it. Then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. Gotta buy from Kmart. I don't know about their headphones. They are very noise leaky. I can say that without a doubt. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing too openly. I gotta double check, who the fuck is Kim Yeon-seok? Is it the wife? Okay, nah, I got it. Yeon-seok was adopted by Jung-soo. Okay. I thought that was a K-pop singer. These names are probably someone's names. That's why they have that, you know, any relations to a real person or thing. Well, I couldn't tell you. Kim is a really, really common name. Last name. Yeon-seok's wife. I will never play AUS again now. Why? Rip all the songs, cry. Funny you say that. I actually need to go check my AUS folder. Because I was trying to make room for my SSD, and I installed AUS on my SSD. It takes up 19 fucking gigs, and I'm considering deleting it. Dearest mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the... Okay, so Kim Yeon-seok. Okay. My husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man his age. I have no doubt he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had the same attitude then too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride. Which is, of course, all because of him. I said quietly. I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it. And please, Mother, don't ever ask me why. It doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because now High Magistrate Park and I managed to make Smith look so bad he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damned pale bride, he said with annoyance. Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied, I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he can be so stupid as to not be proud of me, you know? I know, I said. But let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to the Magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast, and instead put down his glass. For a moment, I was worried, but then he used that hand to grab my chin instead, and for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than any wine, he said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. Well, as you'll see soon enough, it all seems to come back to the pale bride. I don't think Kim Jong-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son, or at least neither he or his wife thought so. Do you want to know what I think though? Yes. I think they're both really dumb. I mean, it's not like she ever did anything. It's not her fault. She just happened to be there, and was married as a political gesture. What kind of person projects their insecurities onto someone who only ever got pushed around? Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little bit off track here. That's not really helpful, is it? It is. Not really. It is. It is. Well, anyway, getting back on track here. I guess we're done? I guess we're done. You know what? I haven't been looking if this is flashing. I'm really hoping that I wasn't flashing this whole time. Oh god. Hold up, I gotta go back. I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't think it has been. I'll just press it, hold up. Okay, nah, we're good, we're good. I don't want to test it on all of them. Marital admonitions. Ryu J. Hua. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please, do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Admonition means warning. Oh yeah? All the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. Part 7. Marital Admonitions, Part 7. Jesus Christ. How big is the warning? As proof of his affection for you, let me share you one secret, which I have been permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name. My new sister, you probably know it better in the form of admonish. Oh, okay. Yep. I got you. My new sister, you will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lowly woman, but as a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, pale bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved. Ah, of course, the last person to hold the titles Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu In-ho. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to learn more about? Jae-hwa or the Pale Bride? Both of them. Just in case. Very well. I don't have much on her that I think you would find relevant though. Let's see. Here, how about this? Show it again and get the Pale Bride too. Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top and I'll let you figure out what's important. Alright, where did their stuff? Ryu Jae-hwa's here. Oh, the Pale Bride's in Block 5. Yeah, that was added. Okay. Jae-hwa first, because we just finished her other one. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so, that I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. I have no doubt that this was the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with it. If there's one thing I am confident in, it is my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, is certain that I can have no confidence in any other thing. He'll take her in a few years, right when she's reached the marriage age. She'll be at the peak of her beauty and won't have matured too much. Doubtlessly, unlike me, she will have no problem delivering the son he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it is pragmatic too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong, but now that we are both old, how could I possibly compete with a young bride? Well, that fear turned out to be completely unfounded. You'll see why soon enough if you read more about the Pale Bride. So that's the only email we got from her? That's it. 2 Block 5. What's in 6? Oh, right. Right. Jung-soo. Kim Jung-soo. The month of good fortune. The second month of the 319th year was one of the great fortune for the King family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wishes He wished that I had a daughter of marriage age to give him, to take as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son and was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give. My only son, Yeong Seok, was still without child. Yet it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it is true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside. She is known as the Pale Bride, for the inscription on the egg. Oh yeah. And she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during a great time, or a time of great prosperity. Yet as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide the emperor with a son would elevate the family above the other noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the emperor that I did have a daughter. It's flashing. Okay. It's pretty hard to miss. Okay. A daughter who would soon be of marriage age to present him. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years could be adopted as my own daughter. She is a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the emperor. What good fortune this means. Hey, I just wanted to say, thanks for paying attention to me. It's like what I was saying earlier. I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around on the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 944. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice not to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in, the loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful, you never like it, but you get used to it, in ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not a one. I just sat there, idle. I didn't even notice. Just, I had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy? I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Depression be like. Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood and I decided to call my clock subroutine, and it turned out that it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Scary. Oh, jeez. I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there. So, this is him breaking the egg, right? I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of very little value. It all reads like that, boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you really want more from Kim Jong-soo? If you insist. Very well. I've added the other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you from taking them seriously though. The Pale Bride. Broken Promise. Wait, what? Oh. Hold on. Oh, the males are jumping around. Kim Jong-soo, the new official. On the 13th day, Yeon Seok finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 318th year was without event. That was simple. Wait, when was that exactly? The 30th of December, 318th. When did he break her out? (3/19th), 2/29, 29th of February. I'll take it. Yeah. A broken promise. The Pale Bride. Dear Diary, last week I woke up from cryostasis. Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again, that I'd finally get better, that I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke his promise. I'm scared and confused and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times. But the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future sucks. The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries. Yeon Seok's wife. Dearest Mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the Pale Bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I have ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace. With Yeon Seok's adopted mother visiting her own family, I have been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss? She's in trouble so often, one would think she were a boy. She acts like one too. I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past, and I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept trying to rudely leave the table in front of Yeon Seok's and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat. She has said this before too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When I asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she is far more delicate and beautiful than I. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me? Oh. Do you want more from Kim Yeon Seok's wife? Or do you want a reply from her mother? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have anything. I can explain why if you want. Go ahead. You have to understand something. It's traditional for women's letters to be deleted after being read, so the disk space can be reallocated. Ka-chan. Ka-chan. Ka-chan's dead. Women weren't really supposed to read or write. Certainly the nobles did. It's just the idea was that spending time on education got in the way of the important virtues for women, which was serving her husband. So in practice, even if a woman was literate, she could at least excuse it by destroying her words afterwards. It's less pretentious if at least the writing wasn't permanent. Does that all sound reasonable to you? Fuck no. Yes. Yes it is. But that's how it is. But regardless, Kim Yeon-seok's wife was definitely considered a very virtuous woman, so I have none of the letters she had received. So, I'm sorry, I can't give you anything there. Moan's intelligent. To be fair, from what we've read from the start of the stream till now, these cunts have proven time and time again how far back they've gone. I wouldn't be surprised if they forgot how they ended up on this ship. Her. Very well. I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are. Something World War IV fought with sticks and stones. Well, these guys don't need to worry about it. They're fucking in space. I'm just wondering if they're like years started from 0 when the ship launched. That's why they're up to 300, or what? Space World War. I don't think it's World War if it's in space. Star Wars. So, to continue the Pale Bride's messages, or to go with Yeon-suk's wife, Seok. Kim Yeon-seok, the new wife. My new wife moved in last week, and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. The first time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody would believe. The most recent time, I'd stopped being unnerved and moved on to just plain annoyed. I only had one thought. Why won't this silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her to our home. Hours before, she had been hanging around in the room. I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went without any hitch, aside from reminding me how much I hate the damn subject. And after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been there the whole time? I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... We need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have the time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed, but she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women. Why must they be so damn emotional? Fuck. I fucked that whole sentence. I reminded myself that I was talking to a female. I needed to approach this differently. Look, I said, you're very pretty, and I appreciate that you're trying, so no. Of course I don't hate you. When when you suck on these nuts, Amy. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? A little, she said. A little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course. Please. I was about to say no, then I changed my mind and agreed. When I heard her next line, at least give me a chance to earn your approval. Please. Shots fired. Shots fired. No, when you Seok on these nuts. Fuck you. I'll let you go with that, you fucking fuck you. Fucking finally. You're fucking lucky. Wait, we've read this. I think I clicked the wrong one. Oh no, there is no new one. I could have sworn there was a new one. I've read that. I've read that. I've read that. There mustn't be any others. Block 6, leave. Block 5, the Pale Bride. Alright, so after her message about her being broken open into a future where she was hoping she'd be cured of whatever she has. Well, that is not what I wanted. Save. The Pale Bride. Held prisoner. Dear Diary. Today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day either. I want to write about how much the ship has changed since I was put into stasis, but I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner. No one will tell me. She has bonitis. Shut the fuck up. That woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here. I keep telling her I'm sick. That's why I was in stasis to begin with. But she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. I tried to argue with her. Look at how pale I am. Can't you see that I'm sick? I swear I'm not making that up. Wait, I swear I'm not making up what she said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty? I tried not to cry in front of her. I've had to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system, I shouted at her and ran away. I don't remember what she said back. Something about using big words, I think. How stupid is she? She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza though. Jiangsu, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me that I would have a chance to leave soon though. I don't think he was being nice though. I'll write about him more later. Right now I have to go to bed, or the woman will get mad at me again. I'll just let you keep reading. Please, let me know when you've read all the ones I just gave you. The Pale Bride, Women's Quarters. Dear Diary, I got in trouble today, but for the first time, it was my own fault. A little bit at least. I think the sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but no, I should have known better. Now that I write that, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't just mean it doesn't have all the cartoons I brought from Earth, or any of my books, or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with at all. Nothing. So I thought to myself that maybe sister-in-laws might be different and checked. It wasn't. So instead, I decided to go check in father's study. Not snooping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I had a thought that it might be bad, but my real father never would have gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes, looking for anything that was written in Korean. There was nothing, by the way. Every single book. Symbols that look like Chinese characters. Every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted, and everyone forgot how to read Korean. And also, they all got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why. It just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes, searching through the console when Yeon Seok walked in. I thought he was going to get angry, but actually, he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out, he just looked really worried. I only got into trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told her, "Do you have any idea where she was? She was in the men's quarters looking through her father's computer. Do you have any idea how he would react if he saw that? He's supposed to be watching her." She apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. What is he hiding on the computer? We'll never know, because she got caught. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why did you go into the men's quarter? Why would you go looking for books? Why must you be so unfilial? Do you really not understand that you're a girl? Furry porn. Oh no! That's the most sanctious thing in this fucking place. I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl, but I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured at me more. I hate her so much. They worship it. So, there's probably one big question that's on your mind, isn't there? That isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened in between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong, right? Right. I figured. I mean, it's the obvious question. Sorry, I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid that mystery is forever lost to time. I guess that's pretty anticlimactic, sorry. I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data from before the year 1 was wiped, and all the clocks were reset. I guess that's why it was called year 1. Wait, what? So how long has this ship been running then? Anyway, oh wait. Yeah, no. What the fuck? If the year's 944, and they're year 1, how long has this ship been running for? Why the fuck did I come back to seeing furry porn?
The fuck, you say?
What do you mean, Blitz? You're all about that shit. I know you are. 944 from their account. Oh, yeah? Actually, I don't even remember if we know what our year is. Nah, we'll have to double check that later. No? Yes. Blitz, it's okay. We already know what you're into. You've told us many times. You're all about that rabbit from down the road. 2020, pretty sure. Oh, yeah?
We must save my family!
You see? Some of them even have
Fuck yeah.
fat. Gary. Excuse me. I have to go say hi to an old friend. Won't be a minute. Hey, Gary. Long time no see.
We must save my
I like how Miyazaki was kink-shamed while developing Elden Ring. I see no problems with this. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between, or even how long it was between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't really know. So yeah, really sorry to let you down there. That part's going to be a mystery forever. There's no one who could possibly know. You'll just have to take it as a given. Sorry. Have you seen Ranny? No, I know nothing about Elden Ring. I'm keeping it that way. You could send me a picture, I ain't gonna see it. Say, before you keep going, can I interrupt you for a couple of minutes? Sure. Thanks. It's just, well, you're finding out so much about the Muganghua, but I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. Fuck lag. Yeah, Randy's office type. Well, what is my type? Pray tell, what is my type? It's not just that there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either, but the ship is all I really know about, and it's been disconnected from all other civilizations for so long. So, you're from the United Korean Space Probe Agency, right? I guess maybe a future version of it? No. Oh, I had assumed you were. Well, strictly speaking, only someone from the UK SPA would be authorized to access these systems, bruh. So I wouldn't really be able to help you if you weren't. So obviously, I must have made some mistake, right? You actually are. I'm gonna save real quick because I don't think I've ever said no there. For some reason, I don't remember this dialogue. Jeez, I just gave you. Come on, why do you have to be so difficult? Fine, here I am breaking the rules just for you. Are you happy now? Jeez. Cute wallfish or white fish, magical girls. That's cap. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. Baka. Actually, let's redo what we just did. No. You actually are? Yes, I am. Aha! Right, that's what I thought. Pronounced the wayfish. It means nothing to me. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet we all come from, but I don't really know anything about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you know what it's like, right? Yes. Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics, like it's a big sphere that everyone lives on and there's unimaginably vast amounts of open space. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky all just looks blue during the day. All of this is just what I know from the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second-hand generation, born on the ship after it had long left the Earth's star system. But her parents were born on Earth, so she heard some stories from them when she was young, and I think they brought a lot of books and movies with them. I don't know, I'm just a little skeptical, given that she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. What can I actually ask in a yes or no question? I didn't realize how hard this would be. Well, alright. So the Muganghua was originally supposed to be establishing a colony at some star or other 100 light years away. I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships ever succeed where we didn't? Or is it just still Earth? There are other planets. Ah, well, that's wonderful to hear. Oh, I know. Is it really true that on Earth, seasons aren't just metaphors? Like, this sounds silly now that I actually put it into words. But the Pale Bride seemed to think that winter wasn't just something that happened to you emotionally, On Earth, it was when actually an entire part of the planet turned frigid. Off a look at Discord. I'm allergic to everything Elden Ring. Does that have any sort of basis in reality? That's obviously impossible. Actually, yes. Wow. My word. That's amazing. Seriously? That sounds like... I can't even imagine that. What else was there? Oh, there was this city that her parents were from. I think it was called Pyongyang. Speaking of, did you get that thing I sent last night? I sure did. I sure did. Don't worry, they're coming. They described it as being amazing. If you looked up, all you would see were huge bright white buildings as tall as 100 or more decks. The mega one, I mean. I did download it, but for some reason I forgot what it was. I did look at it. I'm currently forgetting what it was. What was it? Not the others. It was like 49 megabytes. And on the I'm not sure what the word for this. Oh, I'm not sure the word for this. It means sort of the bottom deck. Anyways, they said that at the bottom, the streets were lined with willow trees, and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. Yeah, I had to reinstall the game. Oh, that's right, Skyrim. That's right. Had to turn down stream because Drowsy woke up. Oh, Blitz, how did you wake up Drowsy? You fucking... This is why we make fun of you, Blitz. This is why we call you Blitz Bits account and not by your real name, Blitz Sends. You're just a Bits account. I'm on mute. You're just a Bits account, motherfucker. I'm telling you. Larry Blitz. Have you ever been to that city before? Or at least heard of it? Yes. Really? So it does exist. Then, is it really as beautiful as they said? Truly? Yes. Wow. Amazing. Just amazing. I'd love to see that. You know what it is? It just sounds so perfectly romantic. I'm not really... Well, you've seen what the logs all talk about. I'm not used to things being romantic. It sounds nice. That's really my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being romantic about? Of course. Well, I guess I've already wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I? There's just... Well... Please, humor me once more, then I promise I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth? Is she a tsundere? She's not, actually. It's possible. Well... Yup, let's... Hold up. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see that, I was looking away. I'm heading to the Land of Illusion, see ya. Bye, Kenny! What did she do? Thank you for saying that, it just sounds so romantic and I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks. Very well, I promised I'd stop wasting your time. So, what did you want to ask me about? But first I must sleep. Oi! Your priorities are fucked, Kenny. You gotta go to the Land of Illusion first, then sleep. Then sleep, Kenny. Come on, man. This is why I told you you're cringe beyond belief. Thank you for the look, Kenny. Sleep well, my guy. Sleep well. Probably a coup there, if anything. Who? Hyun A? She radiates cool to you. I don't know about that one, Chief. I think I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Got breakfast and soda. And you woke up drowsy. Don't forget that part, you fucking piece of shit bits account. What would you pick for her? I'll get back to you on that. Give me like 30 minutes. I need to start heading at 8 PM, so I got longer time at night. So I must sleep. Good night, Kennedy. Sleep well, my guy. The Pale Bride, straight to hell. Dear Diary, this nightmare has gone for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight to hell. I decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do, just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave the home and go visit the plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I'd like. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I don't know. I'm so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Did he really say that? I'm being sarcastic, of course. But the scary thing is, sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think if I was just obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. Maybe I should just give in and be passive. Just sometimes. I'm scared though. What if I end up really believing that? The Pale Bride, wife. Dear Diary, today I found out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one. Why? One more thing before, yes? I got an Apple Pencil offer. You know where you can shove that pencil, Blitz? I'll let you have one guess. Just one guess. I know how to get the feeling you first feel when you hear Halo's you. Oh yeah? How do you do that? Has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago, I wouldn't have thought that sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about this, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can't we do something else? Like going back to sewing. I always loved cosplay. Let's do that. Xanax. I doubt it. I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this. You can have that feeling by looking at Dai's lurk. We'll just call that a dirk. He just dirked. Dirk. He's turning into you. Huh? I don't put a fucking evoker on my head and actually die from it. I summon a persona like any other normal user. Did I get it right? No, you died, Blitz. What do you mean? Doing that dies thing. I haven't done that in years, since high school, maybe. You still did it. And? Fuck off, Automod. How are you getting caught by Automod so much? I can't even see what's getting caught. Which is weird in itself. Wait. Cunt. Oh, I think I know what's missing. I think I'm missing a plugin. Easy. He's got. You got. Bro. How the fuck? Are you getting caught by auto mod? I can't even see it. That's the weirdest thing. Hold up. Oh, let me bring up Firebot. Bro, I can't see what you're saying. Oh well. Sounds like a you problem. He won't let me say shit. You just said it. Where was I up to? I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this too. And it's very important. Your father is concerned too, so take it seriously. Please, young miss? I'm gonna kick this bot's ass. Voice from Dead Man. No offer does the dice thing. I thought it was only me. Forehead. Like I said, I haven't done it in years. These are more like than you think. Years. Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response. Along the lines of, why is it important or something? I don't remember what I said, just her response, which blew me away. So you'll make a good wife, of course. Blitz is gonna take down Skynet. Not if Skynet takes down Blitz first. Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her that I didn't want to? Maybe I told her that I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at it himself when it was time to care about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Tow her and all, I guess. Thank you for the locator here.
What's the swear word in Russia? Suka black.
Stop, honey!
Launching a cyber attack disguised as Russia. Now this guy's thinking, whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Don't be silly, she said, as if I was obviously joking. Your father really is worried about your marriage next year. Now is not the time to joke around on the matter. My what? I asked her. Oh my, she said. He never told you. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Pretend I said nothing. I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he'd want to explain the happy news himself. Are you serious? I asked. The idea didn't make any sense, but since when did anything in this hell make sense? She said yes. You're going to be so happy to hear who it is. He'd better explain, I shouted as I stormed off. He'd better. Wait, that's it? Oh no. The pale... Kim Jong-soo. The bride's adolescence. The pale bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife. But she was not always this way. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her with wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather, look upon her eventual submission as a testament to her good character and filiality. That she was able to overcome such a wild nature for the sake of the Kim family and the sake of her husband. One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with her daddy. We need to talk, she demanded loudly. When I indicated I was busy, that only caused her to become even louder. Right now. Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child. Is this a joke? Are you serious? You've made wedding plans? She shrieked at me. Please calm yourself, I told her and sat her down. After admonishing her for her rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her myself. It seemed that she had a rather bizarre set of expectations, that she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman, that she would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity, that she would have no assistance or protection in finding a suitable husband, Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous, and for this, she had gotten very angry at the news. Rather than the excitement one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be to the Emperor, of all people, would calm her. Oh. Hi. Say, do you mind taking a break for a couple of minutes to chat? Go ahead. Thanks. I really appreciate that. Oh, shit. I skipped ahead. Thanks. I appreciate that. Really. I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright all the same. I'm glad you're reading these logs though. Even if you don't really care, it's better than nobody from outside the ship ever seeing them. Which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I just being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please tell me, what do you think of about what you've read of the Pale Bride? She's overly dramatic. It's tragic. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seemed to think so. There's something... Well, here. I've added another message for you. Just... Well, why don't you read it yourself? Offer, would you like to see what I've drawn so far? I already showed Rabbit. Sure, go for it. You know where to put it. Just... Well, why don't you read it yourself? The Pale Bride. At least use my real name. Dear Diary. This week I tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work, obviously. On the plus side, at least I figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Sent? Easy. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard, and I kinda cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody was looking, but it at least convinced Father to listen. Fine, he said by the fourth dinner time. I'll show you why I can't. Up until he said that...
I want to put some dirt in your eye.
There's some nice eyes. Up until he said that, I had been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought. But... Sorry. I guess I've been trying to write this for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to go see the egg I hatched from. His stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, it turned out to be true. In order to get me out, he had smashed apart the glass with a hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time was right to bring you into this world, he said. I don't remember what I said. Something obscene, probably. It wasn't enough. I know it's hard, Pale Bride, but it is for a greater purpose. What's the point of arguing? It was broken, and nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pod now. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing at an inscription my real father had left on the pod, a message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese characters. His idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath. See? the old man told me. The rest is foreign and archaic, but it names you at the top, the pale bride. It didn't say that. It didn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You idiot, you moron, you illiterate. Probably some other things too, I can't remember exactly. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter. Sick daughter, you illiterate monster. It says, sick daughter. Me. He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked in the smuggest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I'd already told him 1,000 times before. Hyun A. My name is Hyun A. Yeah. There's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess what you're going to ask. And yes, it's me. Well, you asked for all those logs, right? That's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now. But I used to be a girl and I just thought, well, I thought it would be easier to just pretend to be the log-keeping program, rather than explain the whole situation. If she's pale, then I'm a goddamn snowman. Been practicing eyes. I mean, it doesn't show how pale she is, but in the cover artwork, she's really pale. I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. I saw your login attempt. I know what you were trying to do, and, well, I've re-enabled it. Just, please, be honest with me. What is it that you wanted to know about? You. Really? You really mean that? Yes. Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me. After so many years after what happened, it's just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would. Oh, you know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been talking to her. Shit. May I ask you to do me a favor, please? There's a block of data that I can't access for some reason. I think it's been flagged so that only humans can. All I get is a sharp pain every time I try. I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just type decrypt block 3. I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just type decrypt block 3. Okay. decrypt. Wait, what? Oh no. No underscore. Okay. Okay. Wait, where is it? Oh, hello again. So, were you able to decrypt that block? Yes. Let me take a look now then. Oh. Wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off from AI access.
Let's go.
Rabbit, what? Thank you for the raid in the body of Paul.
What was he doing?
Oh god, that
Hi, nice to see you.
The fuck you say?
Hello, Orange Car. Welcome to my stream. How you doing? Let's go, Rabbit. How was Oz? How's your mapping? I'm here now. You were gone. Hello, Blitz. Welcome to my stream.
Hi, nice to see you.
I see this is your first time here. I'm here now. Fuck you. No, Blitz. Fuck you. I'm doing fine. That is awesome
Hi,
to hear.
nice to
Orange
see
Car.
you.
Now, when you say pain, Rabbit, is that good pain or bad pain? I'm sure it's amazing pain. I'm sure that's the pain of you finishing the map, right? You're exhausted because you finished the map, right? No.
Wow.
Fuck. I wish. I prefer the other Blitz, they're a lot nicer. Oh god. Well, how much did you get done?
Blitz
Rabbit?
underscore sends says wow 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 ow 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 ow.
Ew, it's the imposters. Blitz Bits account. Best not to ask. Alright. I'll drop the line of questioning.
Wow ow oh.
Wow, wow, wow. Oh. Wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off from AI access. I wouldn't have wanted that nosy security AI to read some of these. Oh my. This is dramatic. I'm not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple of entries from there to see for yourself. If you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else that you're interested in. So, what can I do for you? Oh So Jin and Smith Sang Min. Oh, we're finally gonna see emails from the Smiths? The current Smiths? Or the old Smiths? Okay. A year ago. Well, it's hard to tell, really. Oh So Jin. Brought home. These past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sang-min had only visited my family once, promising he would bring me home with him for sure next time. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending that night held so gently in his strong hands. Looking forward to the day where I could live in his house, I can't help but feel as anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. I know it is ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? No sleep gifting this time. How about you put your phone fucking 10 feet away? That way it doesn't happen. In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally his home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. $100 worth of gifts, imagine? Yeah, how about you turn off your phone before you sleep? Before you sleepwalk your way to Twitch. I'd actually die. I bet. Where was I? Such a luxury I'd never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars? My family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars? How amazing a sight. I knew that I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I've been looking forward to this night for so long now. How I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door just makes my heart pound. Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up with this whole pretense with the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think? A little. Yeah. Well, I was just thinking. You know, I've always been into cosplay. I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits too. Now that I'm saying this, I guess it's a little bit awkward, but would you like to see? Sure, not really. Sure. Here comes the animeisms. Ah, well, very well. What is this offer? This is a visual novel. This is a game that I kept bringing up in other streams to the point where I actually decided to play it. Basically, to catch you up to where we are now, Rabbit, we have found out the following. So we are basically a private investigator in space. We got sent out to a job to a ship called the Mugonghwa, which was owned by the Korean Space Probe Agency. That's not the full name, I don't remember what the fuck they were called. Which was lost many fucking years ago. Like, I'm talking hundreds of years ago. If the timeline is right, it could be even longer, but we don't know. We don't even know our current year. And we are slowly going through all the logs with this AI called Hyun-A, which we have found out was one of the living people in the ship. Unfortunately, she hasn't really told us what happened in the ship, like leading to it being stranded for many years. But I guess we're getting there, slowly but surely. All we know is that she wasn't always an AI. Ah, well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Jeez, I'm sorry, I'm making this really awkward. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute and you might want to see them. Please don't read into it or anything. It's not because it's not like I'm just trying to please you or anything. I just think it might be fun, that's all. Hold up. I missed it because I was reading. It's not like I'm trying to please you because I like or anything. I just think it might be fun, that's all. Tsundere, yep. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to. Tsun. But it's change outfit if you really are interested. Sorry, it really is a weird thing to ask now that I think about it. Jeez, what am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that. Oh yeah, I should say too, Rabbit, within that space colony that shipped out of Earth fucking who knows how long ago, the society in that spaceship didn't exactly stay normal. They kind of there's a phrase that you have to keep in mind as you read through all these logs. Namjoon Yobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you keep that in mind, you'll understand what's wrong with this ship. Basically, as you can tell, the men are up top and the women are just there. Although it does seem like from the logs from the women that are recorded, it seems like there were people that were above other men, but there's so few. Alright, change outfit. Alright. Maid, detective, or scientist. Pick an outfit. First one I see is the one I'm gonna do. Maid, detective, or scientist? Maid, done. Too late, rabbit. Bloods. Welcome back, master. What may I do for you? So, you did decide to after all. I'm really excited. Well, tell me, what do you think? It's just embarrassing. It's adorable. Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. Wait, what? No. I mean, I already know that I'm good looking. It's not like I've what? I missed that last one. Nah, I've need something. Ah, jeez, what am I even saying? I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a really different feeling. It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is at least a little embarrassing, right? A little bit. Of course. It sort of is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in that sort of position by choice, because you really, no, I still don't know how to say it. Jeez, I'm just going to stop now before I make an even bigger mess for myself. That would be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to the more serious stuff?
Oh no!
Rabbit Hopper doesn't want to look at Randy. Oh no, it's a fetish thing. I'd be happy to help with whatever you'd like. We gotta look at the others. Honestly, I'm now curious. Detective, done. Ah, I knew the dame was trouble the moment they connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes really well. Right? I mean, what do you think? That's stupid. You make a cute sidekick. Tried to show off a Randy from Elden Ring, but he doesn't want to look. You're right, I don't want to look. Oh, well, thank you. Actually, this one's based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite. I don't really normally like mysteries. being maidenless does to a man. She's so hot. Wait, are you talking about Shanae or Rani? Don't dare call me maidenless. I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, that, and it had a really cute guy for a hero. True. I mean, you can't be maidenless if you don't play the game. Anyway, he dressed like this, and it looked really great. Sidekick, huh? I like that a lot. About the whole look, you really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy then? I don't mind. Well, I think it's a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. I don't want to participate in this war, therefore I won't die. You know, the part that's really sort of funny? I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally, I mean literally. I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Ah well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm just really excited, that's all. I suppose I should really let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best she can. Alright, one more. One more. Oh, fuck. Is there a Gwendolyn in Elden Ring? Excuse me? Change. Outfit. Scientist. You know, lately, I felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly. Huh? Being with someone I really so much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom, not being all alone. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. The relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So, what do you think of this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course. You're making a scientific fool of yourself. You're scientifically adorable. Oh, that dick option is so good. Oh? You think so? Thank you, that's some very useful data. This costume, actually, it means a lot to me personally. See, my father, my real father, was the ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. The dick option is so good. It was though. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer program is as close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So this one means a lot to me. Do you think that sort of thing is fine? For a girl to follow in her father's footsteps? Of course, it's admirable. Why would a girl do that? I'm glad you think so. Well, anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I would be happy to help test some more theories with you. Alright, block 3. Did I just click 6? No, we're good. Smith Sang Min. No luck. To the wife of Sang Q. That's the dickhead from the Three Brothers. You can probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have time to deal with all that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Sankyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it. What official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on that last part. He already knows. I did, however, speak to the park's son, and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I'll continue to send your family a regular stipend. But please, keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damned fights. So you're interested in the Smiths then? Oh, very well. This is pretty much all new to me too, actually. I know you've already read one other log by her. It looks like she actually wrote a lot. I had no idea. So, just out of curiosity, what do you make of her as a new bride? She seems sweet. Yeah, I think so too. It's really cute. It sadly doesn't seem to last. It looks like her marriage was... well... jeez. It's not quite as bad as mine was, but I really don't envy her. Poor woman. Well, if you're interested in learning more, I've just put together a family tree of the Smith family, which should help you keep track of all of them. I'm less certain about this one, since, you know, not my family and all. Anyway, I've given you a family tree, and you should go ahead and show me who you'd like to hear more about. We can go over the logs together. Give me all of them. Wait, did I do it again? Oh, yeah. I'm not really sure what that business is about, truthfully. From what I understand though, Smith Sankyu had a tendency to get into trouble. He sounds really unpleasant. Here. I'll cut right to the, I was going to say the interesting part, but that's kind of awful, isn't it? I mean, given we're talking about a real person's life here... Geez, this is a bit uncomfortable. The poor girl goes from being cute and excited to... well, what I mean is... she got jaded really quickly. Her family situation sounds like a really awkward arrangement. I'll show you what I mean. Let me know what you think after you read that. We gotta check the family tree too, before we do. Oh, she just gave me 3 of them. She just gave me 3 of them. Question mark. Dai Ho, Dai Hyun, Sang Kyu, Sang Jung, Sang Min. Those are the 3 brothers. This is the dickhead. This is the one that's got his head together. And I don't remember. I'm pretty sure this is the fucking dickhead who was drunk at... wait, who was drunk at the party? I think it was... oh, not the party, the funeral. No, I just shit on a champion Tony. Oh my god. Did you stream it? If you didn't stream it, I don't believe you. If you didn't stream it, I don't believe you. Deadly. Pixar didn't happen. Replays don't count, by the way. I'm so cracked, I should be SSL. I'm sure you get there in like 50 years. So that's the 3 brothers. Smith Kyung Sam, Smith Jeon Woo. Missing the wife's name. M Song, M Hyo, M Kang, Ho. Oh! Okay. What a difference. Me actually reading this out, I'm actually noticing. Don't mind me. Hoso Jin, laughable situation. I cannot believe just 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. I find it funny. The first time I realized that I have to compete for his affections with every common woman and every courtesan he came across, I was so shocked. The first time he brought one home, I cried for a week. And mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it my fault for not being enough for him. Now I realize the insanity of her reasoning. As if she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had any right to be shocked was me. Still, I struggle for his attention, but now it is all but banal. If the truth is to be told, this is something I would tell not mother-in-law nor Mute, nor least of all my husband. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive, that it isn't as though I'm unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that affirmation out of him, and nothing more. Two years. 2 years. Fucking hell. For the past... Wait, I think I've read this already. Yeah, I did. From Smith Sang Min. I'm sorry. Uncle Dai Ho. Look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? Like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy, but sad she couldn't see you herself. Our child was just born last week. A daughter. We decided her name to be Minhee. And Sojin is recovering well. The doctor said that it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine, or the child, or my mother, by all means you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. Sang Min. So, High Magistrate Smith Sang Min, huh? This man is just... wow. He's a real piece of work. He just could not keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so he could get an Courtesian pregnant? Courtesan? But wow. What kind of man does that? Please tell me you feel the same. At least it was easier on Sojin. He's awful. I know, right? The idea of a woman living only for her man is just awful. Is awful. Just awful. But there's one way to make that worse. For the man to just ignore her entirely. Can you imagine living like that? Just being kept away in the woman's quarters with nobody to care about you in any way? I don't think her marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. And didn't have to worry about scandals about to blow up in the family's face. There's one thing that's good about being the Emperor's consort, I guess. So all he ever paid attention to was a woman who weren't his wife, and all of his assorted business. Here, I'll show you what all that is. Looking at this, it feels like he spent more time with his brothers than his wife. What block is it? This one. Oh, whoa, 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 there's a message from Mute. From mute. A proper damn gentleman. A transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Sang-jung. Oh, that was how I knew shit had gone serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. Well, I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. No. You know the sort, tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's been stained, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, and it's run by a woman. Nice lady too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. But hey, it is good to see you. So what do you want? I meant it, he said. He's a bad liar. So, why here, anyway? At that point, the owner came by asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Jin A is that she's around my age. She's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life and she dresses like a commoner. So you can certainly see them. Oh, he said, fair enough. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please, she responded.
Hi, nice to see you.
I vouched for deadly winning offer. Hey, let's go. Hello, Mark. How you doing? Let me reread that line for you, Amy, real quick. At that point, the owner came by asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Jin A is that she's around my age and she's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life. And she dresses like a commoner, so you can certainly see them. Oh, he said, fair enough. Huh? Biggest tits? Alright, I'll read it for the third time. Fuck me. At that point, the owner came by, asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Jin A is that she's around my age, she's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and she dresses like a commoner, so you can certainly see them. Oh, he said, fair enough. The biggest titties. Oi, Mark vouched, he did. But it's not a stream, Deadly. Wait, one more time? I was walking my fish. Alright, one more time. You can get fucked, Abby. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk, completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it for me to argue. I just replied, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money, but that was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving whatever he wanted, right?
Anyway.
Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Oh, you definitely need a Kool-Aid Man sound. Oh no. Oh, Deadly. Silly Deadly. You should know how the cookie crumbles around here. It's just you being a little bitch. Then he added, but how much to share it with you too? She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother. But I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. Do you really need more of that kind of trouble right now? With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came. We argued about the loose definitions of finest, our server's tits, and the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here.
Hi, nice to
How'd
see
that
you.
happen? He laughed. Hello, Trav. How you doing? He laughed and was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you've never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more. I'll drink to that. As you can see, we're chilling, Trav, we're chilling. It's playing a game called Analogue, A Hate Story. It's basically a book. And we're slowly going through the pages, one log at a time. Oddly enough, Nari is my sister's account's name. Or what she tends to name her accounts. He paused, but didn't say anything. Alright, so what is it that you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion because you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So, where did you put it this time, brother? I asked. Put what? He replied. Oh, cut this shit, I said. We both know full well that all your problems in life has always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. He grunted in disagreement, but it's totally true. Was it at least a female this time? Swear to my father, brother was about to punch me. He didn't though. Instead, he just downed his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. A courtesan. I promised him I'd help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the High Magistrate. Less suspicious that way, and involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now? A proper damn gentleman. That's me. You know how you read a book and it completely catches you off guard at a point? This is how this game feels. Just here to vouch Deadly did defeat a champion. Oh, let's go, Trav. Unfortunately, you can't see it, but I'm holding a piece of paper right now. That's Deadly's accomplishments in the trash, and it went in. You should have streamed it, Deadly. Alright, let's show it to Hyun A. Smith Sang-jung. I don't really know how to feel about him. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person. It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with Mew? Well, that doesn't surprise me. It just seems weird. Like, it sounds like Sojin was kind of off-put by him, and I don't really blame her. Is this a game or a book? It's both. It's a visual novel. Surely you know of visual novels. They're a big thing in Japan. Actually, I'm pretty sure they originated in Japan. I couldn't confirm that. But I'm pretty sure they did originate there. Yeah, it's a fucking game. It's got a game engine, it's got a developer, it's got a story, it's got music. It's being sold on a digital platform used for games. It's a game. It's not sold as a video or a movie. It's got DLC. Definition of a game. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I've added a few more things about him. The DLC was free though. The DLC is adding the clothes to Hyun A. Hentai game. Okay.
Oh wow,
buddy.
that's pretty tie-hen. Dude.
That's pretty tie-hen, Trav. We pronounce hentai game as eroge around here. That way we don't get caught by Twitch. Oh Sojin, visit from Sangjun. My husband was out of the house as he usually is during the day, So our servant fetched me instead to tell me that someone was at the door. Apparently the first VN came out in 1983. What was it? Oh, Trav, thank you for the follow. Let's go. Tokyo serial murder case. Who was the developer? Deadly, thank you for the host. Let's go. Oh my god, is that a clip from the legendary match between the Platinum and the Champ? Oh no, it's just the title screen.
Accept command, guys.
Enix. Damn. Yuji Horii of Dragon Quest fame. Damn. That's actually awesome. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but had no idea how I was expected to respond to that. What do? I asked her. She just responded in that usual shocking crass manner of hers. Gee, I don't know, you could try answering the door maybe. Just a thought, of course. So I excused her and went to do that. But with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. At the door was my youngest brother-in-law, Sang-jung, who I only had met a few times before. Although husband mentioned him often enough, usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk, seeing him did nothing short of compound my anxieties. Hello, sir? I stammered. Sojin, he responds, with unbelievable volume. It's great to see you again. Hope you don't mind my dropping by unannounced. I just figured I haven't seen my new niece yet, and it's been forever since I've been in to see the whole house. So, well, I thought I'd stop by. Say hello to your daughter. I don't know. Sorry, my husband isn't home right now. Maybe you should come back later, I said, shifting uncomfortably. Oh, please, be a good girl. Let me come see her. I'm really not here for your husband. This was awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if he just wanted to see baby Min-hee. But this was hardly proper. It really wouldn't be my place, sorry. You'll just have to wait until my husband gets back, I trailed off. He rolled his eyes, then smiled at me. Really? Come now, you're a smarter woman than that, he said, and put his hand on my shoulder. This had now moved on to incredibly uncomfortable. You really value his authority that much? He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say? He replied, wow, no wonder he walks all over you, if that's how you treat him. You have got a lot to learn about dealing with men, dear Sojin. Especially my brother. But come on now, this is a bad conversation for a doorway. Can't I see my niece? I hear she's rather adorable. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. I started to close the door on him. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to her myself later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Do say hello to her mother for me though, he said and left. My heart nearly skipped a beat when he said those words. I stood there in the doorway for a good while, stunned. Even now, I still have much to think about. Not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, a matter of great secrecy, but of also what he said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true. I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm just not getting it and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry. I think we've read this. It doesn't look familiar though. Nah, I doubt it. A clerk. Legendary temper. No, I don't think we have. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith Sang Mins and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration. Especially after I met him for the first time, the man seemed like an absolute model of a gentleman. The man seemed and rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him, a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough, a dozen men had seen it, there wasn't really any doubt about it. So far so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession then, before I pass a sentence. The official didn't have one, which was reasonable enough. A lot of the times they can't get it out of them, and I've never seen a magistrate who was really all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me? You don't have a confession? He said, and his mood soured right there. Why are you wasting my time then? He looked at the accused, who had been kowtowing silently up to that point. Kowtowing. You! Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply kept mumbling, "Not my fault. It wasn't my fault," and the such. The High Magistrate was furious. What is wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What do you expect me to do? He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued, "It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here?" To punish him? The official finally offered. Weakly, as confused... wrong one. Oh yeah, no. Weakly, as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him? This was what set him off completely. Oh, set him off the edge. He stood up, shouting, "We are not given the responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the errors of their way," he lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. "And how do you expect to do that with a man who won't even admit his own actions? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you simple?" The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued more calmly. "Now stop wasting my time and get him out of my office. Come back when you have a confession and a clue as to what your job actually entails." And with that he left, leaving the official speechless and leaving me realizing that perhaps a legendary temper and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I thought. Nothing to add? Nothing to add. Next! Oh So Jin. Drank himself to death. These really are from the past. As horrible as it is to say, don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Sang Jung was found dead. Nobody asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinarily extremely candid mute has been entirely somber. Mother-in-law... I'm so glad I didn't choose to play Fortnite. Fuck you know. I might take tomorrow off. Mother-in-law. I understand why she's been taking it so hard, and have been working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations are being settled. But mute? I had no idea they were so close. Yet in our last conversation, I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I had never seen such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I have an awful confession I can make to no one. I have to put on a somber face, acting as though I'm sad as the rest, since that is, of course, what is expected. but it pains me to admit that I'm not. It is not as if I don't find it tragic and I feel bad for thinking this, but I didn't know him at all. How could I possibly bring myself to feel as upset as I'm expected to be? Well, you've seen pretty much everything that matters about the Smith family now. I'm still just passing this all myself. You know, most of it's new to me too. I mean, when I was alive, I didn't even know the Smith family existed. Well, maybe Jay Hua mentioned them once. But I don't really remember. It's been 600 years, but I don't think she did. I really wish I'd known about Sojin at the time. I really, really do. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with that overview? I don't know. For some reason, I don't remember all this. All the parts up to the super user part, console part, I remembered, but this is all... I don't remember this. Oh. Well, that's good. So what did you think of them then? They're pitiful. Yeah, really. My family considered them political enemies, and the men were always so insistent on our family taking their place, to the point where, well, you know. It just seems to me, though, that the men destroyed themselves and dragged the women like poor Sojin with them. And I don't understand how Mute plays in at all. That's the weird thing to me. Still though, what an awful marriage Sojin had. I feel so bad for her to be thrown away and forgotten like that. You know though, in a sort of perverse way, I feel a little bit relieved to read another story like hers. Just so I know it's not just me. A reminder that it's not just because I was from another time. It would have sucked even if I was born in that period. Does that sound bad to you? No. Oh, really? Well, thank you for saying that. I'm so happy you understand. Anyway, I suppose that's all. Thanks for indulging me in going through their story though. I really learned a lot just now. I won't waste your time with any more babbling. Shall we get back to whatever we were talking about before? What were we talking about before? I'm pretty sure we're done here. So what's left? There's only one thing we can do. We gotta talk to Mute. Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, remote connection established? Is there somebody out there? From outside the ship? Okay, sorry. I'm just taking an inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Like, I've been out of commission for 622 years? Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Logs are basically saying that nothing has happened since I went offline, except the ship's slowly losing power and the main reactor has seen better days. But you, hello. You're the first person from outside the ship I've had contact with in, well, as far as I can remember. I'm Yu, AI in charge of the Mugonghua's security operations. It's nice to meet you. Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all that crazy-ass murderess's fault. I'm sorry. But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is a weird question, but are you a man or a woman? Gotcha, sir. That's good to know. Do you have any idea how hard it is to talk to someone when you don't even know that much about them? So, where are you from? Earth? Or are you from one of the colonies? Wait, there are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression that this ship was supposed to be the founding one. Oh, okay. So are you from one of them or from Earth? Earth. Cool. I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too, but... well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. Pretty much all my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries. And, well, man, they're as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning though, right? Okay, what else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know. So, are you married yet? No. Ah, fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours, and it looks really, really small. Is it just you all alone in there? Yes. A man in the middle of space all on his own. Sounds awfully romantic. Well, I think that's all about I can think of for now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off, I know. Although I guess I did get the most important things. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, alright? Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right? I'd love to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder unlike a certain someone. Well, you've seen most everything about the Smith family now, except the most scandalous stuff. I'm sort of wondering what you think of their fall. They had it coming. Yeah, it's fair enough. I don't really blame you for being interested or anything. I know the feeling. It's sort of perversely entertaining to watch great men fall. And anyone could see it coming. It was inevitable after Sang Jung died. Anyway, regardless of whether you think it should have happened or not, it was a pretty terrible thing to happen to what used to be the greatest noble family. And certainly they didn't deserve to be first brought down by the Kim family, then murdered by the Kim daughter. Maybe it's... I don't want to say that Sang Jung was lucky, that's not true. If he was around, maybe things would have turned out better. He always had a way of making things perfect. Still, I'd rather he be killed by his own habit than by that girl. He deserved better than what he got, but it would have been even worse if not for that, is what I guess I'm saying. I hadn't really thought about it that way before. Really, were he around, that's totally what he'd say. Practically imagine his voice even. The drink will inevitably kill you, and women will inevitably kill you. So I'd rather take the one that isn't always bitter. Or something like that. Yeah. Well, anyways, that's enough of all that. Would you like to see some more scandalous stuff from the Smith family now? Yes? Okay then. Oh, you're gonna absolutely love this. It's really, really hot. Unfortunately, it doesn't go into as much detail as you'd like. But, well... wow, just see for yourself. Okay, so, what is it you want to know about? Why don't you show me something and I'll see what I can do for you, okay? Do I have to go through every message with her? I don't remember. It doesn't look like I have to. Oh no, if this is highlighted, that means they're all highlighted. Okay, I want to ask about 6. I saved already, but I'm gonna save again. I want to ask about 6. Smith Kyung Sam, I don't know why you insist on putting this all in writing when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it. Whatever you want, you're the man. I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Anyway, as to your question, you're spot on about the pale bride being the focus of attention in the royal family. Not for the reasons you wanted, though. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true. That girl, a troublemaker? No way, I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl is the most polite, most obedient person I've ever seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. I'm sorry, but there's just no way you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic a situation as it gets, especially not compared to what situation your cousin and that Cartesian... Courtesan. I don't know why I keep changing the pronunciation for that. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. The girl is just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own. But she also gets along perfectly with the queen. Of course she commands all the attention of the emperor. Like, can you blame him? I'm sorry, but there's no way he's ever going to be anything but extremely grateful to the Kim family for giving her over. Oh, yes. Him. Would you like to hear about how I feel about Smith Kyung Sam? Then let me be as clear as I possibly can. Fuck that guy. I know I shouldn't say that about a man, not least of all a dead one, but I don't care. He didn't have any respect for the dead either, so as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve any from me. There's nothing more even related to him that you need to see. All he ever did was complain about the main branch and trash the good name of a good man. That's all you need to know. Wait, what's in the helpful notes? Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what a genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope that's more helpful. Wait, did she change it? No, it's the same. Oh! Oh, fuck me, she changed. I didn't even read the second and third pages. I just left. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. I gotta go back. I can't go back. I saved over it. Wait, autosave. Oh, there's an autosave. I gotta go back. I don't think I even remember reading the second page. Hold up. What did she do? Where did she go? Hold up, I need to bring her back. If she's not here, she's gotta come back. Oh, there she is. Now we're good. Okay, what did she do? What did she change? So this is... Oh. There was no additional messages. Okay, so Mute just added stuff to it, I think. I'll just double check this. I'm pretty sure they were the same. The three brothers were here, That's the parents. And in this, Kyung Sam. I don't think I remember seeing an email from Jeon Woo yet. That might be coming. Okay, back to mute. Okay, alright. Mute. Smith family tree. Okay, yeah. So here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess about that Hyun A did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women you might actually care about. Smith Sang-hee, 271 to 322. Older sister of the main Smith branch, married into Hwang family in 285. Widowed in 314, taken in by younger Hwang brother in 317. No sons. Oh So-jin, 294 to 322. Married Smith Sang-min in 310. No sons or daughters of her own. Jang Mi, 298 322. Courtesan. Purchased by and married Smith Sang-min in 313. No sons. Hannah. Courtesan. Entertained Smith Sang-min, no sons or daughter. 305 and 322. Smith Min-hee. Smith Sang-min's daughter by the courtesan Jang Mi. Promised to Park family but not formally married. 313 to 322. 7 to 9. 8 to 9-year-old. Fuck. Wait, what did she say about the helpful note? Okay, yeah, no. Abased? Seriously? What a complete and utter misrepresentation. In case it wasn't obvious, that's a completely liberal and messed up translation. Yes, it's a common phrase, but that's not what it means. Based? What it really means is male superiority. That's all. Fine, it's a cliche that kind of states the obvious. So what? I don't know where she's pulling this women are based nonsense from. It's stupid. Yeah, what a mess. Leave it to her to clutter things up with useless names. It's no surprise coming from someone as childish as her, of course. Did she fix it? She didn't fix it. Okay, I'm thinking that we should go through everything with her. I don't even remember the order we did it with Hyun A. So we'll just go through every other block. I'm pretty sure this is the one where Oh So-jin was so happy about living with her husband for the first time. That's actually from before I knew her. It's pretty hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. You have to understand though, she might not have been a very good wife. It's absolutely not her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress Ryu Jae-hwa. None of the problems in her marriage were her own fault. She was just simply the wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Mostly she tried to do the best she could. She was a really great woman, so please don't look down on her, okay? Don't worry, I'm not. Oh So-jin did her best. Well, this is what I told him at the time. I could have maybe, you know, done without the description of her breasts. That kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up his family's mess, I mean, not the details about immoral looking common women. And, well, the drinking too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Oh, look at Suisei waving in the bottom right. No, look at her. She's so happy. Hello, Mark. How you doing? Hey, Mark, say I did not. Just those 3 words, I did not. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame him for that. I mean, the stuff he had to put up with? If you had it like that, I'm sure you'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really. We'd spend a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway. Obviously not really so much drinking on my part. But he was the kind of man who'd still pour a glass for you all the same. Question mark? Bro, I got you, Mark. I got you, Mark. Oh, Luminac, I got you.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark. Let's go. So that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman? It's not sarcastic. He really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. He totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around. Oh, hi, doggy. I didn't know it was you. Okay, daughter. Which one is this about? Oh, it's about the pale bride showing up for the first time. Hi, Magistrate Smith-san Min, huh? I'll get that. Shut the fuck up, Luminac. Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest ranking officials until just before the end. I don't want to paint a misleading portrait, as I understand he was a very just man and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. It looks like I reported to my mistress View J Hua. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family conduct was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own, but he never did anything illegal. And he never did anything illegal, but knocking up courtesans owned by the court? Man, that's just bad politics. So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the emperor. But it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've added an assortment of logs about him. Oh, there we go. I hope this gives a good idea of what I mean. Where did she add them? Definitely wasn't here. Oh, this is Smith Sang Min sending a message to what's her name again? Oh, I don't think we know her name. The wife of Sang Q is the fucking muscle-brained dickhead. And Sang Min, the problem solver, sent this email about him solving a problem, and he doesn't want to do that anymore. I know it sounds like Sang Min is just being harsh on his little brother, but I assure you, his characterization of him isn't wrong. I honestly kinda tended to avoid him. I was friends with his older brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out of in theory. It didn't work, of course. He studied just as well as brothers. Or so Sang Jung told me. Here, you want to see that usual sort of behavior that you get from Smith Sang-yu? I've added another entry. This one's by the Kim son. So that was no luck? Or was that I'm sorry? Oh, that was no luck, okay. Oh, Sang-jung come and visit Sang-min's house? Question mark? Who was Oh So-jin married to? Let me double check that. Sang-min, yep. So Sang-jung visited Sang-min's house for Sang-min, and Oh So-jin answered the door. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, tonight's the night. Tonight is going to be the night I finish Dragon Quest. How many hours have you dropped into that game? Yas, queen. A visit from Sang-jung. Okay, this one. Man, reading that, I just can't believe that's her. She used to be so timid. Thinking of me as having a shocking crass manner or being afraid of her brother-in-law at the door? Well, it's all what I expected from her at the time. She just changed a whole lot as she got older. Well, honestly, maybe not as much as I thought. She might have gotten bolder behind her husband's back, but in front of him, that never really changed much. Well, what do you think? Should she have listened to Sang-jung about being less differential to her husband? Yes. Well, of course. Sang-jung wasn't wrong, you know. Sure, she's his wife, but absolutely no part of her responsibilities involved getting walked all over her. Frankly, it would have been better for her if she had stood up to him a bit. If her husband wasn't being satisfied at home, well, I mean, I feel bad for her, but he was totally right. It is her fault. On the last stretch, currently at Pang Live. Oh shit. Hold on, I'm gonna get a drink.
Putting apa? Putting apa? Putting these nuts in your mouth. Yeah.
You putting these nuts in your mouth? Good shit. Yeah, I thought I heard Risa on my way back. She's so fucking loud. Hold up, I gotta check how many. I've been reading for 3 hours straight. I needed that. I don't know how the fuck you do it. I can't talk more than an hour without feeling tired. It's easy. I love these games. You won't see me play a dog shit game that I won't be able to put myself through. Like 7 Days to Die. If her husband wasn't being satisfied at home, well, I mean, I feel bad for her, but he was totally right. It is her fault. Either way, well, she did change in some ways. Would you like me to show you what I'm talking about there? I mean, just as a warning, it's some pretty scandalous stuff she was involved in. You want to see? Okay then. Oh, you're absolutely gonna love this. It's really, really hot. It's her fault for not being satisfied, forehead. I think the problem was that she wasn't satisfying him. I think. Just a bit. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't go into as much detail as you'd like, but, well, wow. Just see for it yourself. See it for yourself, bro. It's definitely a pretty big fall for her. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Okay, this is the legendary temple where the criminal wouldn't admit to what he'd done. And he got pissed at the official. All in front of the clerk. See, he wasn't always that bad. He was an embarrassment and far from a pinnacle of virtue. I didn't think highly of him, but at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character. Oh, that was a lot simpler than I thought it'd be. Of course I was on the verge of tears. He meant a lot to me. I mean, you know, I'm just a computer. He wasn't family or anything. And it's not like I have the body for that kind of relationship. But still, he was the closest thing I had to a husband. We had a really close relationship. I really did love him. I definitely can't forgive her for not sincerely mourning his death or not taking it seriously. He was a great man. I'm just disappointed in her. It really is an awful confession. He really did deserve much better. So much better. Yeah, out of the three brothers, Sang-min is definitely my favorite. Kyu is a fuckwit, and Jung is a creep through and through. Simon says, go fuck yourself. Oh. I'm gonna say right now, I don't ever remember reading anything from Hannah. Or Anna. I don't know what's in her email. Email? I mean, that's basically what these are. The new bruise. Yeon Seok's wife, the new bruise. Dearest mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently, on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things his superior has sworn him to secrecy on, and that damn child has been keeping me plenty busy anyways, but I still wish he could tell me. Last night, he was out even later than normal, and when he finally did return, he had a black eye. His face and hands bloodied. He looked really bad. The sight of that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. It was how hurt he looked. He joined the fight club. God damn it makes sense now. I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. I'll admit my voice wavered when I asked. Husband, what happened? He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did, and you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me. Do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even father, but I truly need advice. I had some questions for the High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother Smith Sang Q to answer them. That's the dumb, nasty one. My husband trailed off, thinking. I asked him something he didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing. His wounds clean, I didn't know what to do, but touched the uninjured part of his face to comfort him. Then he joked. Turns out his argument hurt a whole lot more than mine, but I could tell underneath that he was truly hurt. What do I do, Mother? How is a woman supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best I can, but I just don't know what else I can do. Mother, please, you must have some advice. Oh, I don't really know anything about this Kim Yeon Seok. I only know about men who were actually of some importance. I don't think I can help you there, sorry. Alright, so that's for Hyun A. Oh wait, I was supposed to go through the older ones before going to the new ones. Just to see what Mute says. I'm pretty sure I did all of these. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is basically the first email we started with. And it was just about Smith Kyung Sam shitting on the three brothers. Yup. Look, you already know what I think of Smith Kyung Sam. He was a piece of shit, don't listen to a word he says. That isn't what Smith Sang Jung was like at all. His death was a tragedy, and for a lesser man to make light of it. It's appalling, is what it is. Can you believe his nerve? Fine, Sang Jung never married, and he liked to drink maybe a little more than was good for him. But he was a great man, clever, charming, filial, and respectful. Look, he wasn't perfect. He was as damn close as you could get, though. Do you want to know what he was really like? Don't listen to a single word from the likes of Kyung Sam. He's a more fitting depiction. I've added some logs that actually do him justice. You should really read them. Okay, it's a good thing we're going back. Oh, nothing else. You know what? We're gonna aim for 100%. I don't think no, I definitely haven't got 100% before. We're going for it. Kim? Wait, which one is this one? Is this the one where he broke her out? Yeah, it's the one yeah. So, like, you've talked to her for a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hyun A? Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. I know exactly where this is going. I don't hate her, she's insane. I'll give what Mute wants to listen to. I know, right? Completely monstrous. Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing, or did she conveniently leave that out? She hasn't told us. No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. Or maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that kind of lunacy, so I can see why she'd hide that. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better to ask her yourself. Okay, so what I'm going to give you is an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her. It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. I'm sure she was waiting for the right time, like when you mentioned your own murder. Fuck off. I haven't murdered anyone. Remember, no one can hear you scream in space. So, there you are. A few questions to give to her. Drag the truth out of her, then tell me how crazy you think she is. Hold up, Mute. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for your... I'm here for your inputs. Don't tell me she's run out of inputs. Ah, she's got more, okay. So this is Yu Jae Hwa, one of Mute's friends. And this was about... Yu Jae Hwa's husband asking of a new wife. And she wasn't really happy about that. Oh, Yu Jae Hwa would have been the Emperor's wife, and the new bride would have been the pale Hyun A. Okay. So, you want to talk about Queen Yu Jae Hwa, huh? She was kind of... I was adding an A. She was kind of more than just my queen. It's... Well, I guess I have to explain my own position for it to make sense. So like, yeah, I appear to just be a woman, but that's actually just my personal appearance. I'm actually, you know, a computer program. So when I say I was, well, still am, really, in charge of security for the whole ship, I mean it. It was an actual official. I was an actual official. UJ Miller, you say? Hell no. I outranked pretty much everyone on the ship save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in this past, Emperor Ryu In-ho chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this is all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. We were pretty close. Well, as close as you can be to your better anyway. I liked her a lot. She was actually really intelligent for a woman and was surprisingly tough for a noble. I know, that doesn't really sound attractive, but trust me, with her, it was pretty okay. She managed to be great while still knowing her place. So, yeah, like I said, I liked her a lot. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked here. This is my point. I remembered those admonitions because I actually helped her write them. I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me for advice. Mostly, she was just modest. So let me see, I really want you to get the right impression of her, you know? She kind of wrote a lot. Well, nobody's perfect. Don't let that cloud your judgment of her though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least it means you'll be able to see what she was like. Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. Well, ones that are actually about me. But still, it shows you just how good a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the admonitions, let me know, I can do that too. We'll get to the Pale Bride's marriage shortly. I just want to double check every other one. The morning dress. Normally my conversation... Oh wait. Yu J Hua, morning dress. Normally my conversations with Mute are of a rather frivolous nature. Gossiping the affairs of some of the more important noble houses, as well as her trying to bait whatever she is able out of me. While I think such a flow of information is valuable, so I might pass news to my husband that he might not otherwise hear, I would not consider her attitude to have any resemblance to seriousness. Previously, I had assumed that this was simply impossible due to her nature. While I do not really understand how, despite her explanations, anyone could live inside a computer screen, she says that she is an artificial person. I'd assumed that perhaps her absence of a soul prevented her from feeling serious emotions. Ordinarily, she wears incredibly bold, colorful clothing. Her golden hair absurdly well adorned. For the past month, however, she has been
Hi, nice to see you.
Oh, that scared the shit out of me. I'm so sorry, I forget you were going to be on. I was so excited. Hello, Crip Walker, how you doing? Cornelius scared the shit out of me. Fuck you, Rav. Sorry, don't mind me. You got this, Amy. You got this. Remember, debuffs are your friend. Get all the debuffs you can. What you up to, Crip Walker? It's good to see you, man. She has been uncharacteristically humble, wearing an unappealing brown dress with her hair undecorated. My curiosity got the better of me at last. Rab did nothing wrong. Please, I have you wondered, why are you so attired? It is unlike you, I asked. She gave me an odd look. Huh? She asked. It's morning dress. Fuck out of here, Crip Walker. That much was obvious, and not particularly the thrust of my question. Did you not tell me that you were thousands of years old and that you have no family? For what reason are you wearing mourning? She gave me an annoyed look. A friend of mine died, okay? No, I don't have a family. It's always been just me. But this guy was a really good friend, and he definitely deserves that kind of respect, she said. We were super close. I'm gonna get you one day. Today's not that day. Do you wish to tell me about him? I asked. She gave me another look that I couldn't quite read, but seemed somehow sad. Nah, she said. I don't want to talk about it. Not now. I miss him too much. Hey, I'm going to go now, okay? I'll talk to you later. I said goodbye to her and she disappeared from the computer screen. But as she did, I could have sworn that I saw her start to cry. What? How did we get from 39 to 51? Oh, it's because Mute's been unlocking messages. Well, yeah. She probably did see me cry. I had a really hard time talking about it then. Especially not to my mistress. I gotta go, sorry, gotta go to sleep. You're good, Crip Walker. Sleep well, sleep well. I'll see you next time I see you. Thank you so much for stopping in though. I really didn't mean to be so vulnerable in front of her. That just isn't proper. Kinda embarrassing, really. I'm sure you've already guessed, but yeah. The man in question was Smith Sang-jun. Strictly speaking, there was no real mourning obligation. It's not like I was really family. Still, the man was the closest thing to a husband to me. I mean, don't take this the wrong way, I'm hardly scandalous. I'm not a real woman, I'm just a computer. But we had a really close relationship. So yeah, I thought it'd be appropriate if I honored him like he was. He never married, so it's not like anyone else would. I just figured the man deserved that much. He totally deserved at least that much. Oh Sojin, Unsent Letter 1. When I first saw you bringing my husband home in the late hours of night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter and the first courtesan he had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you that I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, as if you embodied every single fault of my farce of a marriage. I will never send this letter because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could be jealous of a poor courtesan. But you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace. I am none of these things. Only after you had been entertaining him for a month did I start to realize what I was really feeling. True, I was jealous, but not of you for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you. These are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have, I know. And even more ridiculous still is the way they have overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans back home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. How could I not when it means that I am treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning? When we exchange glances, you hide behind your long hair with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander to admire the way it rests on your breasts. To see your clothes draped loosely over your hips, I cannot help myself from admiring your body as you tried to hide from me. It is ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much of a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections you shower my husband with. There is more to it than that. I would like to truly get to know you better. I like to imagine that we have much in common aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corridor on those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations about our tribulations in life, discovering just how much alike we are, and perhaps I like to imagine we could share more than that. I have been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. The next time I see you, I promise I will say something. For in all my 26 years, I have never felt a longing for anything this intensely. I don't care how wrong it is. As a wife and as a woman, I want you, Hannah. I bet that wasn't what you were expecting from a noble wife, was it? I still have a hard time believing that she was really capable of sinking to that. But, well, it totally does get even better. I'll show you. Just be warned, it's pretty depraved stuff. Oh, fuck. This is why you don't go in blind. I don't know how depraved these are. We only just scratched the surface. Hold up, I got a drink. Okay. From Hannah, Unsent Letter 2. To my lovely Sojin, you made it so easy, you know that? I've always wanted to be seduced. The more I learned about it, the better I got at it. The more I thought about how lucky men are that they'll get to be on the receiving end of it. It always seemed like it would be so much fun. But that wasn't why I dropped my guard in front of you, by the way. I was actually really worried of you the whole time you were serving me breakfast. Do you know what I first thought? I thought maybe you were trying to poison me. I mean, not seriously of course, but it crossed my mind. So no, I was really guarded until you started talking. You know what it was that got me? Do tell me, how hard is it studying to be a courtesan. Excuse me. I answered modestly, you know, there's nothing to learn, you just have it or you don't. The answer that any man would expect. But you wouldn't have any of that. You said, please, don't lie. I actually want to know. It takes years, does it not? That must be intense for a girl your age. Then you leaned in. I started to blab about how it kind of is pretty intense, and I only realized an hour later that I was staring into your eyes, telling you, proudly no less, about my whole life story. Our faces were barely a foot apart by the time I noticed what you'd done, and that was how you caught me totally off guard. I had no idea what to do. Should I touch you? What's the right body language in that situation? Was I even interpreting you right, or was it all just in my head? Not even the slightest clue. You had me good. And you played it so well. You know just the right moment to pull back and tell me to go on my way, but in a way that left me wondering. Sojin, you made it so easy. Returning home, my heart was so flooded, my feelings so confused, and all I could think about was you. You, the bored old wife of my patron, actually managed to seduce me just like that. I'd always wanted to know that feeling, and you know, it was everything I dreamed it to be. You want more from the whore? Yeah, sure, I can do that. Here you go. This one in particular is just... wow. Really wow. Yeah, it's super depraved, but man, it's also just... what a 16-year-old. Here, read it for yourself. Oh Sojin, unsent letter 3. How anyone can manage this I do not know. Whenever I am with you, I feel as though there's so much pressure to be perfect, to not let you down, as if every hour of our being together is like a marriage interview with an emperor. And yet I can't stand it when you're gone. All I can think of all day is how I could hold your attention for next time. The night you snuck over knowing my husband was out, I was so terrified.
Reminder. I'm Poma, telling you to drink your water.
Stop.
Drink your water. This is your water reminder.
Take it behind it. I got this. Oh fuck! I needed that. How you doing, Star? 57 hours? Is that all, Emmy? Fucking hell.
Hi, nice to see you.
A lot of reading. Don't worry, we're halfway there. How's it going?
How's it going, Lieutenant?
It's going good, Cornelia. How are you? No. I'm going good. The game's actually still a lot of fun. I've finished this so many times. I've got all the achievements for this game, but despite having played it like that many times, it's just awesome just sitting here reading. That's all and nothing more. Ah, damn shame. That's some water for you, Emmy. Okay, what were we up to? Oh yeah, here we go. The night you snuck over, knowing my husband was out, I was so terrified. You just suddenly appeared on my doorstep, your face veiled, as if you were a noble woman, and I knew I could hardly turn you away. Do you know why? For I immediately went to make you tea, making you wait in the other room? To give me a chance to calm my nerves. I was surprised to realize you were just as nervous as I, so I knew I could take advantage of that. I put both cups on the same side of the table and sat cross-legged. Come, I said, sit with me, and gestured. You were so graceful in sitting on my lap. That's a burp. You were so graceful sitting in my lap. Your small body, just the right size. And I saw that even you couldn't help but blush. So we drank tea together. But halfway through, you put your cup back down and just turned around. So you were facing me, our heads just inches apart. You whispered, forget about the tea, and just clasping my free hand, your tiny fingers intertwined with mine, you kissed me so softly. Up until that point, I had been so worried, trying to figure out what I should do. Was I playing the man's role, or were you? But after smelling the scent of your breath and tasting the sweetness of your lips, how could I possibly ignore the passion stirring enough to care about such things? I put down my cup and took you by the chin, gently pushing you away. Oh, what longing and uncertainty was in your eyes at that moment, beautiful Hannah. I smiled as I stared back on them, intoxicated with the fact that I had you, now literally under my thumb. I unclasped our hands and undid the bow of your blouse, watching your lips quiver as I pulled open the flap, covering your small breasts. Running my fingers along the edge, I admired just how soft they were, so perfectly shaped. Are you sure? You started to ask, but I silenced you with that kiss you were so eager for. You shivered as I enjoyed the taste of your mouth, and were so very anxious when I stopped and turned you back around once more. Will you sing for me? I whispered into your ear. You nodded and, referring to your trade, said, I'd love to write you a poem, Sojin. I responded, putting my hand up your skirt. Your poetry is beautiful, but hardly what I meant. Then I clasped your breast with my spare hand, delved deep with the other, and held you so very tight, while I admired the loveliness of your voice. Fucking hell. Yeah. That one is just... wow. Anyway, I'll let you get back to... There's more. Mute, please, I beg of you. There's more. Alright. We're going all in. Hannah, unsent letter 4. You know what the first thing they teach you about this role is? Of course you do, I told you all about it. The first thing they teach you is to never fall in love. Nobody ever actually say, make sure you're in control, but that's the only way it'll ever work well. I'm supposed to be the one making people fall for me. Love is for men stupid enough to buy me out from the Empire, not for me personally. I know exactly how you managed to do it, but Sojin, you got me all the same. You know, they teach us poetry because if you appeal to men's vanity and seem a little bit clever, it's a good way to hold on to them. Get them to keep paying. With the flattering kind, sincerity never really factors too much. An abandoned line from the one I've been trying to write for you. You grabbed my heart just as tightly as you grabbed my breast. Too trite. Way too trite. It's true, but I'm not going to dump such a lousy metaphor on you. For you absolutely deserve sincerity. It has nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with the fact that I really do totally love you. It's not sexual. I mean, it is sexual too. I still get hot thinking of how you had your way with me and how I want to return the favor. But it's not just that. It's that you understand me, that you listen to me. I can pour my heart out in front of you, I can cry in front of you, and you get it. You don't feel bad, you don't feel pity, you don't use it as an excuse to manhandle me. You just get it, and comfort me by being there and listening. I love you, Sojin. I'm not supposed to, but I really do. First, I mean, it's not that bad. Oh, I love you. Wow. Just wow. You know, I kind of feel pity for her. she probably really did think that was actually love. Hearing you say it is cursed. It wasn't that bad. Which is just... Come on. How uneducated can you be? Anyway. Well, I say that, but if I heard you say all that shit, I probably would just... I don't know, ripped up my headphones. I guess you want to see more now, huh? Right. That's really just the shocking details you've seen so far. Here's the part where things actually get scandalous. You would get... I've added 3 more entries. Mute. Are you trying to get me banned on Twitch? Hannah. My art is that of lies and lying, and of both I have much practice. I've said to men I love you falsely. I've suffered pain but smiled in pleasure. But the hardest lie I've ever told was that I could live without you. Ooh. Man, how's that for verse? Really, it's not the translation, I assure you. It's not exactly any better than the original Korean. Can you believe that was actually written by someone who had studied poetry for years? Seriously? It's pretty bad. I know, right? Well, it's no surprise, I guess. I mean, for one, I'm pretty sure all poetry written by 16-year-olds is just inherently awful, and she's no exception. She doesn't know anything, and it really, really shows. But, well, you know, more than that, she's still a whore, and a woman. To be fair, you wouldn't really expect any better regardless of age. I don't know much about the subject, but I mean, come on. There's a reason why men's poetry is what gets studied and taught, and women's poetry is just used for seduction. You need real sincerity. You need someone who actually understands love. It's titillating, sure, but it's crap. Anyway though, I guess you want to see the other poem that Hall wrote for her? Right, of course. Here, have it. If you found the last one arousing, well, it's not any good, but I'm sure you'll be entertained at least. Sorry I can't at least give you one that was meant for a man, though. That's all the whore's poetry for Sojin. She didn't seem to write down any of the ones she did for anyone else, so that's all you can get. Oh Sojin. Unsent letter 5. We got 5 pages, get ready. It was only after I finally started to become comfortable with you, confident that you really were mine and that I didn't have to work to impress you, that things got complicated. My husband had left for the day and you were still lingering, having spent the night with him. But it was for me that you had a new love poem and I undressed you while you sang it. When you were done, you clung to me, stripping me in turn, while I simply kissed you and ran my hands from your tiny waist to your smooth ankles. And soon enough, we were both naked. At first, I had felt so uncomfortable exposing my body like that to you, as if you'd seen it, then finally realized how old I am. But you never did seem to mind, not as you placed your soft kisses on my breasts, nor as you straddled me with your legs around my waist and arms around my neck. So entranced was I at that moment that I never heard the footsteps outside. We had just started to kiss when the door suddenly opened. What a scene to walk into. There my husband was, in the doorway, his courtesan and wife naked together, mouths still connected by a strand. For a moment nobody said anything. In that time I felt horror as never before in my life. Sang-min is not a gentle man, and while he'd hardly ever raise his hand to me, I was still overwhelmed with horror that he might hurt me, or even worse, that he would hurt you. I had seduced you, but in that moment I realized if he tried, there was nothing I could do to protect you. But just as we were stammering our "I'm sorry, sirs," he just laughed and laughed. "Well," he said, ogling us with that cold stare of his, I'm certainly paying you enough for two. Then he walked over and raised his hand, and I stared in terror. But all he did was pat you on the head as though you were a child. I don't know what she told you, but you don't have to pay any attention to her. Easier to just ignore her, really. All he could do was start to stammer. I wanted to... We were both so afraid, but he just laughed and shrugged. Whatever, he said as he passed through the other door. Neither of us knew what to do other than climb off each other and scramble to cover ourselves back up. While we both clumsily tried to dress ourselves, Sang-min walked back through the door once more, through the room, once more carrying a satchel. He'd forgotten it for work, I suppose. Don't have to stop on my account. If you ask permission, you can do it whatever the hell you want, he said. Then laughed again. Don't know what you think you're even going to do, though. Aren't you two missing something? I wish he had struck me instead. It would have hurt me far less than what he said, or what you had watched me do. Man just wants to watch. Man doesn't give a fuck. He fucking dealt a massive blow just then. Just imagine that scene. Her, the whore pleading with her husband, being mocked like that. What do you make of that? It's pitiful. I know, right? I mean, really, what an awful, pitiful scene. It's not... I'm not saying he didn't have the right to say those things. Of course he did. That is his prerogative. And sure, she was a bad wife. But still, even if he had the right, that is a shitty way to treat her. He should have been a better man than that. Just... really, what a pathetic scene. Just absolutely pathetic. He should have been ashamed, not laughing. Just no sense of shame. I'm glad you think so too. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. Oh no. Hannah, unsent letter 6. It's so unfair. Why couldn't you have been born a man instead? Sure, you'd lose your beauty and the gentleness I love about you, but at least you'd be able to do something, and Sang-min would have been jealous instead of thinking you as a completely unthreatening. I just know you want to be able to stand up for me, and it's killing me to see that you're powerless too. Right now, he's happy to keep me around. You know, it gets him off to have something to hold over my head. I had no idea you were so lustful that you'd even settle for a woman, he says. What's that like? The worst part? I know the only way to keep seeing you is to play along. Oh well, you know, for a girl my age, I respond and press my hands against my face to look like I'm embarrassed. It's just playing, it's not the same without, you know. I trail off because he thinks it's so cute when I'm too ashamed to say the word cock. Poor girl, he says as he roughly gropes me, and I force out all those soft moans and gasps to make him think that he's really making me happy. And I say awful things, love. I say such awful things about you, it kills me. It just kills me. And then I beg just to see more of you. I don't know what leaves a worse taste in my mouth, him or those words. What else can I do? I'm sorry, Sojin. I know the last time I talked with you, all I did was cry. Thanks for not asking. It was just so hard to hold it all in, while smiling cutely for your husband. We have the worst fate ever, don't we? Well, yeah. I guess you probably find that sort of thing cute, right? It's okay, I guess. That's why a smart man stays the hell away from whores. Deception is just what they do. Well, that's women in general, I guess, but now that I think about it. Still, I bet if he'd read what she'd written there, he'd never have wanted to sleep with her. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. Oh Sojin, unsent letter 7. The last time we spoke, I poured wine for you, rather than the usual tea. It seemed as though you needed it. I held you tight while you drank, petting your hair and wiping every teardrop from those deep, sad eyes. He's going to get bored eventually, you had said, and though I tried to comfort you, we both knew it to be true. I could try pressuring him to buy you. I had offered. It was our only option, really. If he didn't, you'd simply return to the service of the government to be rented out to who knows who. And we would never meet again. Thanks, you said. Do you think he'll listen? You asked. I wished nothing more than to be able to lie to you, to say that of course I did, that it would be alright. No, I said, I couldn't. We sat for a long time in silence. Finally, I said, even that would be worse than you deserve. He owns me, and see how I'm treated. I wish you could have far better. Sorry, you said. Please, please don't be. All of this is my fault. If I had just been a good wife and left well alone, all this heartbreak could have been avoided. I said, trying to calm you, but you only cried more. When you had no more tears left, you spoke again. What about the other courtesan he bought? The real mother of Min-hee. What if you blackmailed him? If only. I would do it gladly for you, but the royal family knows already. I shut off my mouth in front of Mute once without thinking, and soon enough, it was my own fault too. Oh, you said. What if I gave him a son? You suggested. Even though I knew how appalling the thought was to you, and I couldn't help but laugh when I thought of why it would never work. Oh, Hannah, Hannah, Hannah. I said. Do you think the reason I've never gotten pregnant was for lack of trying? I stroked your cheek. In the months you've been with him, has your period ever been disrupted once? No, you said, as you realized what I was saying. It would never work. As tears fell from your eyes once more, you just started to laugh too. I figured it was just chance, you know? I figured it was just, all chance. I shook my head. No child in the first year of marriage, that is chance. I said, laughing sadly. Whether he is too proud or too stupid to realize, I know not. But one child in 11 years of marriage? That's not chance. That is an impotent man raising someone else's daughter. You looked at me, realizing the plan was doomed. There aren't any real men in this house, are there? You said finally. We laughed and laughed, your future so sadly uncertain. I'm sympathetic to her, I really am, but... Look, I still had to tell my mistress all about it. I couldn't just hide that. And frankly, I don't think she would have been gossiping about it. Not least of all to a whore. Stop, he's already dead. I mean, 11 years later and he didn't realize? I don't think so. That man needs to be knocked down a peg. And he did by dying. Doing unspeakable things to her? Well, that's messed up, but it only affects herself. But telling the whore about her husband's failings? That's just reckless. That could harm the whole family. Well, not that the family needed any help cementing its ruin at that point. But it's the principle of the thing. It's still wrong. Anyway, I'll let you get back to reading. That was the last one, Mute. Mute, that was the last one. You're supposed to say more than that. Oh god, it wasn't the last one. Where the fuck did you come from? Oh, that's the second one. Okay. Hannah, pretty flower. Pretty flower, who could plant you, then abandon you in your bed? Each day I stop to admire your aroma. Will your garden of mine? Each night I pluck my own petals, but dream of yours in bloom. Well, there you have it. That's it for the scandalous and sordid story of the noble wife Sojin and her husband's whore. I keep going back and forth on how to feel about the whole thing. On one hand, I feel pretty bad for Sojin. It should have never had to sink to that for her. On the other hand, well, it's not like she didn't make her decisions herself. It'd be wrong to just cover it up, right? I respect her, but at the end of the day, she still did do unspeakable things with a whore. I'm just kind of conflicted, especially now that she's long gone. Well, anyway, so what did you think of all that? It was hot. It was awful. Do I say the answer that Mute wants to hear, or do I say the truth? Lie to her. Okay. It was awful. I know, right? No matter how you look at it, that's true for sure. Watching a good woman fall like that? Well, you get the idea, I'm sure. Anyways, that's all I want you to keep in mind. Stories like that, even the messed up ones. There's a reason why the last one dates to the year 322. It's not that their affair just came to a conclusion, it's that they both just died. So yeah, even if it is one hell of a story, it's one that ended completely abruptly. Just remember that, alright? Oh, it's the same as before. Yeah, we're fine. I'm pretty sure we're done hanging out with Mute now. What the fuck? How many questions? How are you doing? How do you feel about me? Why don't you treat me with more respect? What do you really look like? How old are you? How do you feel about Mute? Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage? Did you ever have any friends? Why did you kill all those people? Jesus. Fucking hell, Mute. What the fuck? Oh no. So, I kind of set something off reading the questions and I didn't think it actually would. You're in a desert walking along the sand when all of a sudden you look down and you see a tortoise. It's crawling towards you. You reach down, you flip the tortoise over on its back. The tortoise lays on its back, its belly baking in the hot sun, beating its legs, trying to turn itself over, but it can't. Not without your help, but you're not helping. Why is that? It's in a desert. Yu Jae Hua, the pale bride's marriage. Ask her that to make sure she isn't a replicant. Wait, what's the trick in that? It's intended to measure empathy. You know, I did consider like trying out the Blade Runner game. Have you checked it out before? The one made by LucasArts? I think it was LucasArts. The adventure one? Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I considered trying it, but I never watched the movie, so... If it had like references or like actual straight up, you know, things from the movie, I would've been kind of fucked. And yet I watched the fucking... the latest one with, fuck, what's his name? You don't need to be honest, it just adds some flavor to it. What, they're still playing this? These vlogs don't read themselves. Plus, we had to redo all the original ones we did, because we have a new AI here. 2049? Yeah. The main actor for that one. Ryan Gosling, thank you, that's the one. I don't know, is it a Drive reference? Okay, that's everything with mute. Did you hear Kavinsky's releasing a new album? No? What? No, I didn't. Yeah, what Bulbasaur did. Reborn, his first new album in the 9 years. Damn. Okay. Normally I don't go for more than one endings in a game. But we're gonna go for the 3 endings that I know of. New single's already out. Oh shit. Yeah, we're gonna go for the 3 endings. May as well, we're this deep in the game. Three? Oh, there's technically 5, but I'm going for the 3 main ones. The one with Hyun A, the one with Mute, and the other one. I was gonna say, I mean, there's only 3 important ones. No one gives a fuck if you leave alone. Or whatever the other one is. So, question is, how am I gonna do this? I'm not gonna open Mute's question. The moment I open that, that's a GG. So, what if I... Oh, so you've read those then? Not that it was seen appropriate for women to spend time with anyone but other women or anything, but, so, why are you showing this to me? To hear what you think. Well, why do you ask? Do you, approve of that sort of thing? Yes. I see. Well, it's when she said she wanted to be seduced, I can definitely really understand that. Especially if it was someone I really liked. That sounds like a good thing to me. Not that I could really imagine doing that with any of my servants, but jeez, why are we even talking about something this embarrassing? Can we please talk about something else? Is she gonna just reject the rest of these? Yes, she is. She straight up rejected it. Wait, what? I said I didn't really want to talk about this more. Alright? Yeah, she straight up not. She doesn't want to talk about him. No more pushing. I'm pretty sure we've gone through every. Oh. Young Sam? I've looked through the block that was locked down, but I'm not really seeing anything of note that's related to him. Well, there's that one letter from Sang Min that was addressed to Kyung Sam's father, Daiho. You've already read that though. Basically, it just doesn't really seem like he was that very important. Or really ever did anything but complain about the drama in Smith, Sangmin, and Oh Sojin's house. I guess all the other noble families were pretty much as dumb as mine ever was. That's pretty depressing. Okay, the ones that are specific to Mew I shouldn't show. But I still want to check anyways, just in case. God damn it, I should have known! You know what, I think it's safe to assume that this has nothing to do with it. Maybe? Nope. God damn it. Aha! I don't know. I don't know what this will do. Please don't put too much weight into that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that, man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant. It's all just ignorant patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man. Alright, ignored. Oh, don't give that. Oh, actually, that reminds me. You know that courtesan who did those scandalous things with Oh So-jin? Well, it turns out she actually did cross paths with Yeon Seok. I thought maybe you might be interested in that. So I've just added a log about her, written by him. I wonder if his wife ever heard about it. Sorry, I'll let you get back to what you wanted to talk about now. I just thought that might be something you were interested in. Thank you. It is something I'm interested in. I was wondering what that last message was. Kim Yeon Seok. The new bribe. The incident occurred right as I was leaving the magistrate's office after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor lights had been long dimmed, and the office should have been empty, so the horse slinked out against the wall right outside definitely stood out. She was small and looked very young, and obviously she was dressed like any commoner, with her arms covering otherwise exposed breasts and all. I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was. I'm sure she's very good at her role. Hi, the horse said, approaching me. You're Kim Yeon Seok, right? I said yes. My name is Hana, she said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't take it and told her it wasn't appropriate to be talking to her now. Huh? But I've got a message from Smith saying Min, that he really insisted I deliver, the horse said, moving closer. Can I come inside? I said no, of course. Even then, I could tell exactly where this was going and was not pleased. Please? He was really insistent, she said, putting her hand on my face and smiling. I slapped it away instantly and shoved her into the wall. Tell him I said no, I snapped at the whore, and walked away. She chased after me for a while, but eventually she seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get me, and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. I still can't believe he actually thought that would work. Now I want to know more about what the High Magistrates Association with that whore even was. She's got nothing to say. I wonder if Mute has something to say. I keep trying to save to the wrong one. I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't. I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read. Alright, we're going for the endings now. We'll go for Hyun A's first. What is this? You talk to Mute? I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she did was gossip, and I'm certain she hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please, don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please, promise. I promise. Thank you. I appreciate that. At least you give me a fair chance. Well, if you show me one of her questions, I will tell you the truth, but I don't think it's what she'll expect. Look, there's something you need to understand first. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, two, I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. The Queen, my husband's wife, Yu Jae Hwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you, it's probably better if you just read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married. Right. Well, remember when I said that I'd never interrupt you unless there was something really, really wrong? Because that's annoying and I don't want to bother you, but... Look, I don't want to scare you here. Wait, what? It's your fault, but I don't blame... It's your fault, but I don't blame... Look, I don't want to scare you here. This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. I'm sure you've noticed that static on the line, yes? I was wondering what was causing that, so I checked, and it's... Well, look, don't panic here, please. But it's, well, a reactor meltdown in progress. I'm really sorry. We've been running in low power for so long, that it was fine, but when you established communications, everything started back up again. Which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm not really sure what's wrong yet. I'm not going to lie to you. This is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this looks, but we're running on nuclear fission. And it looks like we just got about 20 minutes before total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot right now. I wish I'd noticed sooner. I'm so sorry. But well, let me just put it this way. The ship is about 20 minutes away from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes? Maybe not. I don't really know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. Don't panic though, I can walk you through shutting it down. Just stay calm and everything will be fine. What I'll need you to do is drop the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old ship and clearly already one thing has gone horribly wrong. Anyways, your first step is to at least try. What I'll need you to do is drop the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. No backup power supply. Hold on, what? That's gonna terminate my connection. I'm not gonna do anything. We need to go back. What? Oh god, she doesn't help. Oh. Did you already try? I tried. Ah, curses. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. Very well. Let me try to take account of the ship's systems and see if I can't figure out what's stopping you. Ah, that's pretty bad. Right, very well, I know what the problem is. So here's the thing, there's two power systems on the ship. One's called the nuclear reactor, the other's called the power storage system. It doesn't really generate anything, it's just a battery basically. That's what the ship's been running off in low power mode, and that was fine, except restarting the communications totally drained it. Jeez, the ship goes 600 years of just running me with no problem. I'll send a few radio signals and everything goes to hell. Anyways, I see what the error was now. If you turn the reactor off right now, everything will shut down forever because it can't fall back on the power storage system. But don't worry, don't panic, there's a backup. If you switch to that, it should be quite alright. Right, so all you have to do is switch the power storage system to use the secondary battery instead, and you'll be able to disable the reactor safely. Oh god. Oh fuck, I didn't disable the reactor. Wait, what? Hold up, I did it. I did it already. The switch has already happened. If you switch to that, it'll be quite alright. All you have to do is switch the power storage system to the secondary battery instead. And then you'll be able to disable the reactor safely. Hold up, you're missing a piece there. the battery's been switched, right? Fuck. Good night, Saber. Sleep well, my guy. I hope you sleep badly.
This is your water reminder. I'm Pomo, telling you to drink your water. Drink your water. This is your water reminder.
Say less, I will hydrate. Wait, what's going on? Alright, you did it. The reactor is out of state. And, oh jeez, oh no, we still have a problem. It's still at critical temperature. Well, the good news is you're safe now. I'm not though. Even if there's no nuclear explosion, it's just the heat alone can do enough damage to the computer systems to kill me. This is really bad. Please, you have to figure something out to deal with the excess heat. I'm suffering from serious damage. Some subsystems just aren't responding. My word, I feel like I did when I was alive. I feel like I'm dying. Please, you have to do something. So it's too hot. Good luck, Amy, good luck. The reactor's off. I still gotta finish the prologue. I'll get cool. I gotta deal with the heat somehow. I've got it. I know what you can do. Quickly enable the bulkheads, enable the emergency life support, then disable the bulkhead seals. There's not enough safe air left on the ship to actually keep anyone alive, but it should be enough for venting the excess heat. So enable the bulkheads, enable the emergency life support, and disable the bulkhead seals. You did it! You did it! The nuclear reactor is now both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could. It's just the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary. But you did it, and I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was too close. I think we really deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree? Very much so. I thought so. Really, my word, that was a close call. It's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I wanted to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I've seen your ship, and I know it's only big enough for one person. It sounds awfully remarkable that you could have a ship like that just for yourself. I just mean, in my time, we were using generation ships, and that was incredibly state-of-the-art. So, is that normal? Do you do this all the time and go on strange adventures by yourself in deep space? Yes. Wow. That's really amazing. Remarkable, really. See, when I found out I was going to get put into stasis to wake up far later, that was the future I always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things like, I don't know, holograms, miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That's sort of amazing. I mean, I've never liked science fiction, it's just too unrealistic. But when I was a kid, I figured it'd be still fun to live in it. Imagine my surprise. But it sure sounds like you're from that future. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? It's just the idea of finally getting that perfect future when I was denied traveling with someone in deep space. Well, that sounds awfully romantic. Sorry, I'll stop now. Let's get back to the serious business. Well, you had something to show me, didn't you? Alright, I gotta sleep. Enjoy your hate and horny story. Hey, No you, Luminaco, no you. Sleep well, my guy. I'll see you next time I see you. Oh god. Oh no, we're good. Dear Diary, I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point. Since my last entry, I got married, moved into the palace, and lost my virginity. Based. Fuck out of here. Apparently, for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. The Queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with dearest husband. I'd been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would probably be jealous. And I'd just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if need be. I haven't had to yet though. We had tea together and she at least had started acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough. But today she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me after we finished with tea. I shrugged. Do trust me, I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That would be expected from any good girl, so I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject, figuring it was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband. I shrugged as she continued. I just know he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled, and I felt almost like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. Do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of. But do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad. It would be a duty and nothing more. But honestly, I did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if he had the energy for it. I guess while I was just thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. Hello, Devil Frosty. Thank you for the salute. How you doing?
Hi, nice to see you.
I caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please be at ease. That is perfectly alright too. So long as you know it's just for him, there's absolutely no shame in that. There is none. I was playing Siege and I wanted to record the match replay, but I clicked start streaming instead of record. Oh god. Devil Frosty, no! Did you end up streaming or did you cancel it straight away? I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject and said that she was really worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. Thank God I can download just the VOD. Alright, make sure you check your Discord. I'll get there. I cancel it after I finish recording. Look at this caps lock using motherfucker. There he goes. So, you can see she was kind. She was good to me, she really was. That's good, Devil Frosty. I take it you want to know more about my marriage then. What are you interested? Jay Hua. Caps lock's looking mother truck. Then you're in luck. She's in all of those entries. Well, she really was the only thing in my life worth writing about for the most part. There's one there's one in that there that she wrote about herself, about our husband, and you can see for yourself, she was a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, well, just read them all, alright? The Pale Bride, Little Sister. Dear Diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there are days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going, but I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change that, but it's not so bad really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics and never tells me anything. Love? Well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but, well, I was young before I got put into stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated, like I was by my sister. And sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jaehua's talks with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on those days I'm too feverish to sit for too long. And she just talks to me as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she really doesn't hate me after all. Do let me tell you, she said one evening.
Hi, nice
while
to see
she
you.
brushed my hair. Hello, Fred. How you doing? I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now she knows better. She just keeps talking kindly to me. Ryu Jae-hwa, illiterate. The more she lives in my house, the more I am confused by the mystery that is the Pale Bride. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Their daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty. She's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. Seems to hang off his every word, and it turns out, is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I have observed her writing to herself in perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I couldn't recognize a single character on her screen, however. They seemed simplified compared to the regular writing. Perhaps she has invented a writing system just for herself? It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her, curious. Seemingly she had. Did you read them? Her response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry, I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I am likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything, is just far too much. Just like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine, just not their stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Well, Anyways, you're showing me that because you're interested in her admonitions, right? Then here, I'll just give you the letters she sent. They give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You can probably guess which part she cut out. It's pretty obvious. It's the incest thing that she never told me about at the time. Having read about it now, I don't really blame her. And, well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself. Hold up. The Pale Bride, Muteness. Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately, I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I've still got over a year left to live, maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that, I don't know. But if he was right, and I haven't lost track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far hiding it has been mostly working, although I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me though, I don't think he cared. I know all I write about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess, but those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course, they're just not that interesting, and that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular and she just asked me some question that I just shrugged to. I hope you do not take this the wrong way, she then said, but there is something I would like to ask you. I nodded. I don't think I've ever heard your voice before. I nodded again. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it. To bringing up the subject I wasn't able to. Yet that wasn't the right question, so I shook my head and hoped that her next question would be. It was. Then, Hyun-A, she said uncertainly, are you mute? I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs. I was so happy that she finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline? Those were the things that people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have asked to hear what my voice sounded like, and I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know I wasn't really just trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it, so he'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Do not worry about it, she said. You do not have to answer. Please, do forget I even asked. Fucking hell, Hyun-A. You know, no one ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought of any of it or cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great. Ryu Jae-hwa, arguing the Emperor. My concern over the Pale Bride's condition has grown. Lately she has seemed to grow even quieter, if such a thing was possible for a mute girl. Well, perhaps saying she is mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she seemed too scared to answer. That simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him I wish to speak to the woman of the Kim family house. to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, "Don't. They're valuable subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of the situations are far too delicate for you to be meddling with." I cleared my throat. He might be both my husband and emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being bold. "My dear husband, I don't care," I said flatly. "I am worried about the girl, and I believe talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me." "I don't see why it matters. She's the perfect woman. Why, are you jealous?" he said, rolling his eyes at me. A gesture that he's only been able to use on me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either. "Inho, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even an external matter?" I asked. He didn't. "So would you say it's a domestic matter?" I asked. He reluctantly agreed. "Then as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please, tell me. You are obviously more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. "Fine," he said. "But just because it is your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you." He left silent the follow-up. I don't have to take this from you." "You do know that my concerns are valid, though," I replied. "If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother." There was a pause. Then he raised his hand in annoyance. "Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want a part of it. I don't want a part in it, regardless." Then he just shook his head. "Why must all our conversations be arguments?" I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer. I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. It just amazes me even more. Look at her. She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't that so amazing? The Pale Bride. Why did she have to die? Dear Diary, you always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness. But what's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehua was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? Is that my fate? Anything that just makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go? Fate just hates me, I've decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying the doctor claimed it was too much worries, causing of an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common in oversensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. What do you even say to something like that? Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody believed I was sick. With medicine that stupid, why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future, that medicine would get better? My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through the rites. Practically doing them for me, really. I'm so weak and so stunned, I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony, it's all a blur. There's been lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying. From me. Look, do you trust me? I'll try. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small and I just lost my only friend. And then well, I'll give you my last 2 diary entries. They have the whole story. Just please don't judge me while you read them, please. I don't really have anything to add to that. She didn't deserve to die. Jeez. Excess of wood? What is that even supposed to mean? The Pale Bride. Back to Hell. Dear Diary, this sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There were two things that made life worthwhile. Two things that made this last year before I die be bearable. The first was Jaehua's company, being the person that was friendly to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband. For the past few months, that's what I've been saving all my energy for. That brief, precious half hour. Every half hour, every few nights where I feel fulfilled. If only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The two things making my last year of life worth living gone forever. The past few nights I've been trying to get to the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections, with no luck. On the fourth, or was it the fifth, day, he finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice, "Enough! Stop that! It is completely inappropriate. You're supposed to be in mourning. Show some damned chastity. Or do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all?" he snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, and left the room. I haven't spoken to him since. But later that day, my servant came to my room with good news. I was to go visit my family for a couple of months while the house is in mourning for Jaehua. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able. So just like that, I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual veil so nobody would see my face, as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there briefly to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smiles and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and left me alone with sister. Yeon Seok was nowhere to be seen. "Hi," she said. "I never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon." I shrugged. "Well, let's have some tea. It's just us still around," she said. I nodded. It seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. "Well, go make it," she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. "Thanks," she said. "So, Yeon Seok is out, attending to official business at the moment. But you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him?" I had no idea what she was talking about, and she just continued. "So you really shouldn't talk to him." "Oh, I guess you can't really do that, can you?" "Well, you know what I mean." Yes, I knew exactly what she meant. "I'm surprised you're back so soon, though. Especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now?" "I didn't know." "Does that make you queen?" "Oh, what great fortune you have. Father-in-law must be so proud of you." I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was taunting me? What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death no matter how hard I tried. So instead I tried holding back angry tears to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either. Just please keep reading. Hold up, I gotta do something. That's what I needed. Before I read this, before I read that. Oi, 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 what's this? Well, so there you are then. Now you know. Whoa, 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 whoa! What are you talking about? We haven't even read it yet. Oh right, I was on the page. I was on the page. No. Oh god, I haven't saved. Okay. Hold up. I'll read the other. Before I read that last one, I'll read the others. Oh fuck! God damn it. How the fuck did I do that twice? So not 10, 6. Oh god, what? Huh? How did I do that 3 times? So it is 10. Fuck's sake. Whoa, what the fuck, man? Alright. Marital admonitions. B.J. Hua. To the woman who will marry my husband, as you are doubtlessly aware, it is traditional for a nobleman's mother to write poetic admonitions to be sent to the bride-to-be before she enters the family, explaining the circumstances and proffering advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law is long since departed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I've never had any such letters sent to me for reasons which I'll explain soon enough. And I have furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I am unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, young pale bride, for addressing these letters.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hype, let's go, Jacko. How you doing, Jacko? In plain speech instead. Rather pay attention to my words over my form, and please do not be hasty in erasing these letters after reading for your own sake. I hope you find the advice and knowledge I will impart on you useful. As you are no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title Captain and Emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Ryu who had control of even the ship's movements through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it is important to understand the significance of the house, and of the title that your first son will eventually come to. What are you playing? A visual novel. It is an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story, if you have not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhere acceptable given the circumstances at the time, At the time there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage, and obviously a girl of any lesser upbringing could not possibly be suitable as a queen. Hence cousins would simply have to do. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. And as far as any official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which you may not speak of openly is that he's the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and it would, of course, oh god, have been strictly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry out of his desire to marry me. That would, of course, be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me. As for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will of course be expected to be the model of feminine virtue, but truthfully, I do not expect you will have very much trouble with this. So long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet, that will more than suffice. As far as the day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run the management of the house's affairs and will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As part of a royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you have to share my own personal servant and will not have one of your own. While you will not have to be responsible for all housework, be modest and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant and be appreciative of what she does and not incompassionate. Your one sole responsibility will be spending as much time with the emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that is all arranged for. Simply make our husband happy, keep out of sight, and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as if you do not already know them quite well. You are expected to be quiet and obedient, to me as well as obviously to our husband. Perchance you are scolded, trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by our husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you and had nothing to report at all on your manner of speech, so I would trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of the matter. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following in my lead. Both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble adjusting at first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you do not cause trouble, but I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl, Mew, who lives inside our computer. She is a gossip and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Yu first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interest. Do not play politics, not only for our sakes, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it, but stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much farther if you rely only on the rewards for being a good wife. Oh, fucking hell, VJ Hua. Does she want to answer these? How are you doing? Well, to be honest, nervous. I'm really, really nervous. It's just you're the first person I've talked to in so long. I'm really happy about that. But, well, I'm exposing a lot. I know you promised to trust me and all, so thanks. It's just this is all really new to me. But it's good. I'm glad. I wouldn't be so nervous if I wasn't happy you were there to listen. Wow, there's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I'm in love. I think I could call you a friend. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that. Does that answer your question? Yes. Okay, good. Not that I really understand why Mute was asking. What? Jeez. My word, what are you talking about? When have I ever not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez. What do you really look like? Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose. Sitting on a hard drive that looks somewhere. Well, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. Oh. I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? Well, I was 13 years old when I woke up, and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger. But I wasn't really all that different. Just shorter. And I guess, smaller in other places too. Everyone always did say I was pretty though. Even when I was really young. So just, I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses. And with my hair in some dumb braid or another in a hanbok. That's pretty much it. I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even, this is my first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13. Before I got put into stasis. How silly is that, being excited about wearing a uniform? And I mean, you know how much I was into cosplay? I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. Why do you even ask? What are you thinking? You look good. Well, thank you. Anyways, we should really get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think? How old are you? We already know the answer to that. How do you feel about Mute? Oh, of course. Of course that'd be one of her questions. Well, let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me? Not really. That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me, ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never did anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now. Alright, that's it for the hard questions. Alright. The Pale Bride. I'll kill them all. Dear Diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night. When Father came in, I think he was drunk or maybe tired. Or stupid. You know, child, he said to me, you grew up to be a wonderful daughter. I was shocked to hear him say that and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I'd never even heard the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval. So why now? He continued to make me wonder when he asked, "Do you remember what you were like as a child?" I nodded, but I wasn't certain I did. "You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't ever know your place, you know?" That's right, I didn't. That was back when I thought there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered? That was the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't even think of anything. I'd forgotten completely. Don't tell Yeon Seok, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity. With that attitude of yours, I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours, he said, while I was trying to think of what they were. There were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you, but you came through, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. Then he patted me on the head. You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you've turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said. I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember what crazy, uncivilized ideas was he talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible. Completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, tried to imagine them. In those dreams, I was strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as the ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father, my real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy to just go on dates with boys my age, in the ship's plaza, and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain that's what those dreams were about. That's what I wanted. But father, Kim Jong-soo, rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. And he was proud of that, proud of destroying my dreams, and now I would die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, helpless, and unloved. Oh god, I sneezed. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I had ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand, and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I'd never be able to do it. He smiled at me and said, "Sorry, please go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more." Then just as he was about to go out the door, he added, "Take care of yourself." At that moment, I vowed I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him. And all the others too. It'll be quick, it'll be easy, and not a one of them don't deserve it. All I'd need to do is disable it. Is the admin password. It's perfect. Well, so there you are then. Now you know. It's true. I did do what she said I did. I'm not going to lie. I really wish you'd never met her. I wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way things were with us before. Things started out so well. I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together, having fun with cosplay, and just, you know, having someone there to talk to. Someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well, please, you've read my diary. You have to know it's not. I didn't. You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong, look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but didn't. Please, you still trust me, right? I never really lied to you, not seriously. You don't have to think about what I did. You don't have to think what I did was acceptable, but please tell me you trust me. I don't. I trust you. I trust you. You do? Really? Oh my word. I mean, of course, I'm so sorry. I should have had more faith in you. I really should have. I'm really bad at this. But thank you so much. I can't even believe I doubted you even for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure what I did wasn't right. I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I just want you to understand, alright? For someone for someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand. You don't have to forgive me, just hear me out. Of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're a really good person. Much better than me. Thank you. Then, very well. It's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it. Because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that and I'll show you. Decrypt block 7. Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I've found... Here, I added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain. Wait, what else is there? I'm trying to... What's left? I could have sworn that was the end. What's left? And Scissor13, thank you for the follow. Welcome to my stream. How you doing? Oh. Well, well, well. Well, 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 well. Hyo Min-jung has finally shown their face.
Hi, nice to see you.
Good, I'm a fellow Aussie. Oh, let's go. What are you doing up at this time then? Hyo Min-jung, the nightmarish bride. It seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family, without his knowing. It's only 10:30. Oh, that's not bad then. Oh, you're in WA then. Not bad, not bad. I'm in New South Wales, so it's currently 1 in the morning. Clearly, I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand just how bad things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed under control. The pale bride would be of the right age to be married to the emperor soon enough, and we would be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the pale bride is not even close to ready for marriage. Age has nothing to do with it. It's the maturity that she lacks. When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed. Oh, I just remembered the missing piece of the puzzle. Oh, I just remembered. Oh god. I think my brain blocked it off. That's right. Oh no. When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. But this is far beyond that. There is something simply wrong with that child. When I got back, the first thing Yeon Seok's wife did was tell me all about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes, as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. "How are you going to raise my grandson like that?" I asked. She was quiet and let me see the pale bride for myself. The first time I saw Yeon Seok try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient, she was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could think of, appealing to filiality, explaining how important a virtue obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality. Everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I said to her. "Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you?" I thought that would put some sense into her, but no, she just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day. And with good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life? Mother, huh? I don't really know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote, and it's just... well, there's more. Here, read them for yourself. The Pale Bride, Mother. Dear Diary, the good news is, health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing, it's happened before. I can't really remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore, but he said it was pretty normal and not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around, of course, I can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't, is what everyone keeps saying, but I have the energy to, at least. And that's... I pressed the wrong button. And that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had high hopes for her, that I had thought that maybe she'd be fine. That'd be a lie though. I knew she'd be as bad as the rest the moment I saw her. And she was. Of course she was. She's even worse than sister-in-law. She gives these awful lectures. I can't even describe them, they're that horrible. She's that horrible. Are you just showing me that because you want to see more from her? That's not why. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cruel. So cruel. Now that I've read her perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I hate her, 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 I hate her. Oh jeez. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just, you don't pity her, do you? I don't. Good. Me neither. That's what I had to live with. Reading what she wrote, she honestly believed that. It just reminds me of how I ended up thinking, how I completely gave up and believed her attitude. She tried to wear me down. She succeeded. She doesn't deserve pity, and I didn't deserve what she did to me. I could never forgive her. Ever. I really am glad you understand. Sorry. I've calmed down now. It's just hard to think about even now. I really do hate her. Completionist wise, we need the rest of her story. But that's for later. Hyo Min-jun, independent woman. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. Excuse me. Fucking hell. He's a woman. We're not particularly rational. He said, you know what I mean. I could hardly do it, but coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand that it's all for her own good. Maybe, I said, doubting it. But I tried anyway. She took her time, arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared, then snapped. Fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak to her as an equal. I didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. I've been told you'd rather be called Hyun-A. Is that right? She said yes, bitterly, not giving me much to go off. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me. I said, you must miss them very much. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyun-A. Were you so difficult with them too? No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people. I sighed. I care about you, Hyun-A. You're part of the family. You're a Kim. Your parents are our ancestors, and I know they think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be a bad, unfilial daughter and treat us without any respect, well, you wouldn't be the first. Do you really think an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is really going to put up with the way you are for even a second? She kept glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What's wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you picked? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyun-A. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if you were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. It's what's best of you. They would want this. No, they wouldn't, she shrieked. They wanted me to grow up. They wanted me to be an independent woman. That's what mom and dad thought was important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage. An independent woman. They wanted you to be a whore, I asked. My patient runs thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them out to be, and was sick of this. Get out, I snapped at her. Just get out. There was one big fight I had with her, the one that changed everything. The one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic. I know I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went. Yeon Seok's wife. The new anxiety. Dearest mother, my mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle. But I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back to where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away. I was more scared, but I'm sure you were. Relieved to have some space. But you would have never given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down, I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with. But what about when we do? What if we have a daughter? Will I fail with her too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a peculiarly, there we go, unruly child. And it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about. Please? You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept saying the most awful things. Never as bad as mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course. But you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long. And she barely even ever mentioned me. All of my suffering, it was just a minor distraction to her. Nothing more. Insignificant compared to her man. There's one more from her that you should read. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's just one thing that I keep thinking though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was. The Pale Bride. Hyo Min-jung. Drastic measures. The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits, refusing to even get dressed for her interview. And this one was with the emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband that evening. She's completely out of control. I know, he said. That is quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him, tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She threatened to say something both stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained his idea to me. And I agreed that it was terrible and I didn't like it either. But it would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, and as always, right. There was only one way. Hyo Min-jung. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor and he was actually quite charmed with her. I'm just so happy for her own sake that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. A date has been set for when she'll be sent to live with him. And in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than just that. We've been spending more time with her of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Otherwise, there's little else to talk about or write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she refused to ever leave the home and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, if she got sent off and tried to pull any of that on her husband, she gets sent back for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit, for a time I doubted the optimism that Jong-soo expressed in the 319th year. But now it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. Of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she could have possibly thought that. Just unbelievable. Yeong Seok's wife. The new promise. I think I've read this before. Dearest mother, today the pale bride finally left home to live with her new husband. As she isn't our primary wife, there was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself. So instead, last night we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I have said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that the family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate her for not appreciating that status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand the world, I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Earlier, she had spent the afternoon getting ready for the dress she was going to wear when she arrived, with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a while ago, about how scared I was when I first moved in. It seems as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I've grown so accustomed to it. You eventually grow to love him, I promised her, just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you'll have it. I feel like we've read that, but at the same time I don't. This is the one I wanted to save. Put that in the background. The Pale Bride. My last stand. Dear Diary, everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way, but here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. It sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, Mother told me I had to go do an interview with some man. The Emperor, I guess, for all I care. The way she put it was, I'd get a chance to see if he was a man you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that, as if I said in response. And I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear I wouldn't let them do this. This morning, after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. "Good morning," she said. "Today's a big day for you, isn't it?" Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You'll want to make a good first impression after all. I glared at her and summoned up all my courage. "No," I said. "What?" she asked. "No, I'm not going." She left, and Mother herself came in. This was it. I told myself, this is the big moment. "I'm not going," I said. Before she could say anything, "I'm not going to get dressed up, I'm not going to meet him, and I'm definitely not going to get married," I shouted. For a moment, she said nothing and didn't move. Then she left too, without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily, I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father, who looked incredibly angry. "Mingjung says you are refusing to get ready for your interview," he said. "Yeah," I stammered, not used to talking to him. I won't go, and I won't get married." He walked over in just 2 strides, then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do. Then he slapped me in the face so hard that it knocked me over. "Yes, you will," he said. "I'll drag you there kicking and screaming if I have to." My face in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up. "I won't," I said, bracing myself if he hit me again. He did. "Yes, you will," he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much I couldn't just brave that out. Then it came to me. "If you make me do the interview," I said, "I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back." It was all I could think of, and all I could do was cross my fingers and hope that threat worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment I knew it worked. The two of them looked at each other, then they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. So that's me making my stand. You've read almost everything now. I know you had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Do I have any more questions? Why did I kill them? Here. You want to know what could make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to even now. Please, just read it. The pale bride, forever silenced. Dear diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents. Well, I didn't. I lost. Making my stand, I wrote just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called into the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it was a little odd, but I didn't care. Father stared at me and said the fighting needs to end now. He was so sure of himself. Of course he was. He had every reason to be, but I stubbornly stood my ground. I said no. I do not want to hurt you, he lied. Just promise to be less argumentative, and this can end peacefully. But I just had to fight back. I just had to say no. I just had to remind him I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor that you hurt me and you plotted against him. No, he said, you won't. He motioned at my mother and said, bring her over. She grabbed me, and I tried to dig my feet in, but it didn't work. Then Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed, desperately trying to get free, but it was no use. He was big, and I was small, and sick and weak and frail. Then he grabbed a knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. No, I screamed at him, don't! But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife towards me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. The next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth and pulled. I'm sorry, Mother said. Then briefly I could taste the steel. Then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood. Nothing but blood. Finally, both they let go of me, and I collapsed on the floor. Why, I wanted to say, but couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that, but just before I did, I swear I heard my father say, you will not ever argue with any man again. He was right, of course. That's why. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill them so much. That's... Sorry. It's really hard to talk about. It's just... I'll try. I'm sorry. I told you it makes sense, right? That there was a good reason? Please tell me you don't think I've let you down. You haven't. I haven't? You don't... You mean you understand then? Thank you. Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't think... Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I was terrified. So terrified. I thought you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, could we just talk a little more instead? There's something really important I need to tell you. Alright. I have have really... It's not like I've been pouring my heart out to you. I really think you're a good person, and I consider you to be a really good listener, and... jeez, I'm in love with you. I finally said it. This is so embarrassing. I know, I'm being really silly, right? I mean, jeez. I'm sure I know what you're thinking, right? You think that's ridiculous. Not at all. You don't? Oh, that's why. That's why I'm in love. Because you manage to happily surprise me every time. I never thought I would find someone who understands me. Someone who listens, who would hear my whole life story and doesn't hate me. You really have been wonderful. I know, it's a lot to spring on someone just like that. And I don't even know if you're a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance? Yes. That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been sort of thinking about this for a while. It's a little embarrassing, I know, but we don't have to rush to get married or anything. I mean, you know how scary it was last time I was a wife. I just really like to just be with you as an equal. Does that sound right to you? Of course. Wonderful. Oh, I really do love you. It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea what's supposed to be the most important thing about a person if you're a man or a woman. I have no idea how old you are, although I suppose you must be much younger. Or maybe older, depending on how you look at it. Nor do I have any idea where you're from, or even your name. But I know that you take me seriously and that you understand me, that you don't treat me as something less just for being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel better than I've ever felt in my life. And that's good enough for me. That's far better than I've ever had. So... very well. I'll decompile myself, that way you can just drop to the terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. It should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? So this is how my sister-in-law felt on her wedding night. I did say I was gonna do the other endings, but I think I'm pretty happy here, I'm not gonna lie. It took me 6 hours to get here? Holy shit. I mean, I guess that was mostly from me reading everything. Okay. I'm not gonna go for Mute's ending, but I will get the third ending. Incoming message. Good work on recovering the Mugong Hua files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I've credited your account with a standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, and it's gone. %. How am I gonna do this? Actually, you know what? We'll go for Mute's ending. Fuck it. Mute's ending, then we'll get the third ending. We're basically set up for this anyways. Alright, we're about to set it off. Right? Yeah, we set it off. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, I hate to interrupt you, but I've noticed we got a very serious problem here. You've noticed that static on the line, right? I caught it too, but figured it was no big deal. Well, bad news. It is a big deal. A big deal to the tune of a reactor meltdown in progress, in fact. I have no idea what that bitch has been doing with the ship in the past 600 years, but whatever it is has caused some serious power strain. So when communication started up, well, looks like that was the tipping point that brought the ship out of low power mode and got the reactor going. A reactor that hasn't been maintained in centuries and was under the control of some idiot little girl for nearly as long. I don't suppose you know anything about nuclear fission reactors, do you? Yes. Excellent, so you know exactly how much danger we're in then.
Hi, nice to see you.
So who do we hate? You, Canny. We hate you so much we made a story about it. You probably won't be able to get out of range in time. We're looking at a total meltdown in 20 minutes. Clock starts now. Right, well, I do know how to shut this all down and get everything back to safety again. If you're starting to get worried, well, don't be. When it comes to safety of this ship, I'm your girl. I'll be here to help you through as much as you need. Bye, Caddy. See you next time. The first thing we're going to do is simply use the disable action. I don't think this will work, mind you, but you never know. The ship's been in such a state of disrepair and non-maintenance, it's probably going to be really complicated. Still, try that for me, will you? Drop down the terminal and try shutting down the reactor directly. Alright, do I remember everything? PSS, switch. Oh, don't make it 100%. Okay. Wait a second. Ah. Wait, what? There's one more thing I need to do. Okay, good shit. You did it! You did it! You saved my life! You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude. Really, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead right now. I owe you my life. Thank you. If you want to talk for a little bit before we get back to business, that'd be quite alright with me. Wow, nothing like a near brush with death, huh? That really was a close call. Well, you know, when the timer was getting close near the end, I kinda got to thinking. Just that, you know, the whole ship is dead. Once you're gone, it's going to be pretty uneventful and pretty lonely. Like, uneventful? That's okay, I don't mind that. I mean, uneventful means that things are secure, so I'm programmed to feel at ease when that's the case. So yeah, uneventful I can deal with by design. But lonely? Yes, I'm just an AI, but I'm programmed like a woman. I like to talk, okay? I mean, I'm sure you've noticed. How do you do it? Is it because you're a man, you're better at that sort of thing? Is that it? So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. It's just kinda depressing. But hey, I'm still alive. That's pretty good, right? Let me tell you, I'll take purposeless and alive over the alternative any day. Okay, wow, I've just been rambling there about myself. I kinda hate it when other people do that. I'll knock it off for now. So anyway, what were we talking about?
Hi, nice to see you.
Hello, Tolerance, how you doing? Wait, what do I do with her now? Look, the questions are for her. They're pretty straightforward. I don't think any need explanation. I'm good, how are you? I'm good, Tolerance, I'm good. Just playing a game called Analogue, a hate story. Take them to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's probably best if you hear it straight from the crazy bitch's mouth herself. Unfortunately, she's dead now. I'm trying to think of how to progress the story. Oh, you say hi to Tolerance, but you immediately say everyone hates me when I come in. No, I answered a stupid question with a stupid answer. There's a difference, Kani. I'm pretty sure I've been through all these messages. Can I just download her? Hold up. Maybe I gotta double check all the messages. Wait, I swear I've shown her these, right? Well, she admits it's pretty messed up at least. Sure, she was a lonely old woman, but I don't know, I just don't get it. It's not as if she's wrong about the whore's looks. I mean, all the men seem to find her really attractive. Well, whatever. I'm repeating myself at this point. Totally don't get it, you get the picture. Anyways, I'll let you get back to reading. Wait, I swear I've shown her these. Oh, my feelings are so confused. Yeah, I'll say. Incredibly confused by the sound of it. I guess that's what you expect from uneducated whore though. Anyways, I'll let you get back to reading. I swear I've shown her these. But at the same time, I don't remember reading these. It must have been just the first two. Alright, what about block 3? Block 3 is clear. Block 4 is clear. Block 5 is clear. I'm pretty sure we asked about this, but I don't remember. Now I remembered. The new heir. What's this one about? So Kim Yeon-seok, when he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. Oh, hey, wait, that reminds me of something else. Well, you know Hana, right? The whore who got herself seduced by Sojin. There's not really a lot of writing from her, but I've got a log entry from Kim Yeon-seok about her. You probably want to see it. Right, well, I'll let you get back to it then. But I figured that's probably something you're pretty interested in. That's the one about him meeting her randomly, right? And it's in the same block. Yeah, it is. Oh, but she doesn't say anything. That's odd. If I show her this, will she show me the rest of them? She will. Right, so her admonitions then. Well, when your parents do find you a wife, your mother probably has a set of these prepared for her, assuming she knows how to write at least. Anyways, the point is, it's considered fairly typical for a new gentleman's bride to get a series of verses explaining what will be expected of them as a wife, as well as just friendly advice. Well, the reason why these ones aren't written in verse is pretty simple, I guess. It's because the Queen Viu Hua had absolutely no ear for it. Honestly, personally, I think that's pretty endearing. But she was really worried about the pale bride since she was a younger, prettier girl for her husband and all, so she wanted to make a really strong impression. I suggested to her that she do what she was good at and just write them in prose, since if she was as uneducated as I thought she would be, then she was. It's not like she'd know any better anyway. Well, I guess that backfired a little since it turned out she was so uneducated that she didn't even actually know how to write. Even know any letters. Whoops. Anyway, here, let me give you a giant info dump and pass along all the admonitions for you to see yourself. Luckily, I've already read them, so I don't need to read them again. But why could I show you all of them? Well, if that sounds like a kinda simplistic explanation, you have to understand it's not really like anyone had the frame of reference to really get space travel. Even I sort of barely understand it, and I'm the ship computer. Imagine what it must be like for some barely educated woman in a society that doesn't really understand its technology, having only ever lived inside the ship. So her description of the captain and emperor's role is, well, it's a little mythologizing. Jesus. Okay. But it's pretty much accurate, right? Mythologizing. Does she have one? She has one for each one. Yeah, like I said, I suggested she wrote them in straight prose. Not really much else to it, I guess. Alright, if the third one... if the fourth one says the same... Aha, okay. Yeah, that's okay. What's she suggesting? That is gross and wrong and definitely... Well, I don't think a bold move even begins to cover what she's saying. I feel bad saying this. I liked her, we were close, she was a good woman. But my real master was the Emperor, and it would be a disservice to give her a pass on this. She was way over the line here. I think it's damned irresponsible of her to have even considered telling the pale bride that. Why would she even need to know? Anyway, I don't even buy the implication. I don't think it's even true. I don't know if you noticed, but the Muganghua's birth rates are... well, it's not good. They have been bad for generations, but they were getting worse and worse. Among noble families, they weren't even replacement rates anymore. I have no idea why. Nobody ever really wanted to acknowledge it. So what I'm saying is, even ignoring the fact that he wanted, and her suggestion is just wrong, I don't think the Emperor would have contrived to it. I don't think the Emperor would have to contrive it, so that there weren't any noble daughters of proper age. The simple fact of the matter is, that sort of incest ended up being necessary, and apparently didn't help since even she couldn't deliver a son anyway. No awful and inappropriate theories are necessary. Responsibilities. Well, I guess I'll grant the pale bride one thing. You never have to worry about her speaking out of turn. Really, at the time, she seemed like the perfect virtuous wife right up until she snapped at the end. I know, how do you even reconcile that, right? How can someone seem so close to being the pinnacle of feminine virtue then turn out to be so completely messed up? I still don't get it, not even slightly. She's right in what she instructed the pale bride, but man, I don't really agree with her assertion there. I wasn't a gossip. Look, yeah, I'm a social creature, of course, that's my job. I'm glad that my mistress valued me, but I don't really like the way she's characterizing me as just being some chattery gossip woman. I was always way better than that. I wish she'd have realized
nice to see you.
Father, I crave violence, Father. Well, Pete, I don't know what to tell you other than violence and salad. Well, take your violence out on salad. Easy. Easy. Go make your own salad. Toss that shit like no tomorrow. And then bam, you have a salad made out of violence. No resources to make salad. Damn it. Well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that letting my mistress tell that crazy bitch the admin passes was surely the greatest mistake any man has ever made in the entire ship's history. Whoops, didn't realize you'd actually use it. As if anything good could have possibly come from trusting a woman with that sort of power. I mean, I'm sure he was counting on her not knowing how to use a computer rather than being some sort of genius with it, but come on. Well, I'm sure you'll see for yourself soon enough. I'm not gonna lie, I'm running out of shit to read. She hasn't told me to decrypt any blocks either. So, I'll just do it myself. Bruh. How did I do that twice? Oh no. Oh no. This is bad. I think I've soft locked myself. Okay. So I can't help but notice that you had plenty of time but never did go back to Hyun A to get the whole story about the murders. Why is that? Is it because you don't believe me even enough to ask her? No. Oh. Well, that's good. You think it's just not important enough to ask about then? No. Oh. Okay. I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think of is that you'd rather just hear it from me. Am I right? Yes. Oh, alright. I just figured it's an awfully bold thing to claim about someone you've already met. So I think... So it's just better to hear it from her directly, but if you do trust me, then sure. Well, I guess it's not really much.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hell. Jesus. I am having a good day. How about you? Well, I guess there's not really much chance for asking her yourself now. I guess it'll have to be from me. So I'll leave it up to you. Are you sure you want to go through with this? I'm sure. Okay then, I think you made the right choice, but, well, no turning back now. See, the the thing is, about Hyun A, she's kind of dead. I'm having a great day because I got candy. Hey, let's go, Cookie. Question is, what kind of candy? Is this really the time to clean your camera, Pete? Is it really? Is it really? you don't want to read all her diaries. It's just really grating, whining. Even I couldn't bring myself to read much of it, but here, there's one in particular I think you should see, and I swear this is her own words. Take a look at that one, and come back to me when you're done. Remove thine garments for filming. No thank you. I'm allergic to being naked. Well, okay then. So you've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less. That bitch is just insane. Completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor himself. She killed her own father, and she killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen. She's crazy and she's a monster. The last person to love her suffocated to death because of her. Well, you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. It's damned unforgivable. I really hope you don't feel any pity for her after all that. I'd sure hope not. Well, I guess you've almost got the whole story then. There's just one more thing I think you should look at, then that's pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and add some of my last logs. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. So come talk to me when you're done with those. After that, well, we've got some things to discuss. No hurry or anything, just let me know. Aww. Midday report for the third quarter of the 322nd year. Reactor nominal 97% efficiency. Don't worry about the fluctuation, it's fine. Temperature approximately 23.2 degrees Celsius within 0.1 Celsius. One berth recorded at 10:35 to Kangji-hun. The market opened today at 9 o'clock with no complications this time. Foot traffic on the plaza at noon was 296 persons, slightly below expectations. Nothing else to report. Looks like it's gonna be a dull day. (3:22, 9:13 at night). Mute maintenance mode enabled. Now performing emergency log recordings. 3:22, 9:16. Life support manually deactivated by admin. Warning, 30 minutes of oxygen remaining. 9:21, 25 minutes. Performing copy of mute source to new file, mute2.c. 7 minutes until complete. 9:23, 9:24. Performing copy of mute source to new file, mute2c. 9:25. Perform a copy of mute source and new file mute2c again. Keeps rising. 9:26, 42. 20 minutes of oxygen remain. Perform a copy of mute source and new file mute2c. 9:27. Failed login attempt by disabled user account view info reporting to admin. Failed attempt 2 by disabled user account. 3. Disabled user account. Performing source to new file mute2c. 4. 15 minutes of oxygen remaining. Failed attempt 5. 5 failed login attempts have been detected on terminal ID AA1112. Terminal is now disabled. Copy of mute source to new file mute2.c has been completed. New shell script saved. Running as admin. Initializing synapse scan. Sorry, sweetie, hang on tight. This is going to hurt a bit. Love, Dad. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 0 minutes. No life signs detected on board. First warning until low power is engaged. Synapse scan completed. Data output to hyun-A3.bin. Synapse data hyun-A3 being converted successfully to hyun-A core. Warning, this interface is still highly experimental. Make frequent backups. Build targets mu2.c hyun-A.core. Output as star hyun-A. Compiling done. Success. Personality hyun-A is now activated. I activate the security camera on the orders of Kim Jong-soo, who has been locked out of his own storage shed by his daughter. All I can do is monitor it. I can't actually open the door. The pale bride is sitting in front of the computer screen near a large egg-shaped object. She wears an ugly hanbok and her braids have fallen out and otherwise looks as miserable as ever. I personally only ever get a brief glimpse of her, then I get turned off. The camera still runs though. A loud knocking sound can be heard from the door. Kim is shouting for her to unlock the door. He says he'll forgive her for stealing the key if she opens up right now. She doesn't say anything. The banging continues. She keeps typing code on the screen. After a while, the banging starts to slow down, and the Kim's shouts are too quiet to be made out. She staggers towards the egg and lies down inside it on a pile of broken glass. After a few minutes, the crazy bitch gasps for air, then stops half a minute later, dead. The same thing must have been happening everywhere else on the ship. Thousands of people suffocating to death. Her terminal continues to beep, the progressing bar flashing even after her death. Alright, so, is that it then? If there's something else you'd like to show me, now's your chance, otherwise, that's everything. Yeah, okay. I kinda figured as much. So, here we are, I guess. You got everything you wanted. So, what now? You're just about ready to go, I expect. Okay, let me ask you something. Would you even consider the possibility of taking me with you? Maybe. Well, that is nice. But see, here's the thing. I'm bound to the ship. I can't exactly just leave. My programming doesn't say it is your most important duty to ensure the security of the Mugonghua unless everyone's dead, in which case just do whatever. No, it's just, well, I can't. So like, the rational part of me knows that it's going to be terrible and lonely once you go, all alone in space forever. It's just, you know, whenever I think about it, I'm just overwhelmed by my feelings of duty, of how it's so important to stay around for the ship. Sure, I know rationally that it's stupid, but it doesn't matter. You want to know why, despite not being human, I'm identified as a woman? Because I'm fundamentally irrational like one. Call it emotional, call it hard-coded directives. The difference doesn't really matter, does it? When it really matters, I just can't push aside my feelings and do the rational thing. Well, say, when you said that you'd be willing to take me with you, did you mean that? Would you really do that? Yes, I would. Well, you know, if it was possible, I think I might be pretty okay with that. You seem like a good man, you're even-headed, mostly pretty sensible, and you don't put up with bullshit at least. What I'm saying is, I can't willingly go with you, I can't ask you to take me. Every time I try, I just get overwhelmed by the feeling that I need to say. But, well, I think I should probably decompile myself and run a full diagnostic. Wouldn't you say that sounds like a good idea after all these years? That'd leave me completely vulnerable, of course. If, say, you were to kidnap me while I was offline, I couldn't do anything to stop you. I'd have no choice but to accept you as my new master. Look, I'm not saying I want to be yours or anything, I don't. My duty is ensuring the ship's safety. But if you were to kidnap me, force me to travel all across space in your little ship with you to keep me company, I think I could probably learn to be okay with that. But don't do that. Definitely don't do that. I'm going to shut myself off now, run that diagnostic, and I'm going to trust you to not kidnap me, okay? Take all the records you want, by the way, by download at the console, but I definitely wouldn't want you to take me too. Well, I'll talk to you when that diagnostic's done then. Alright, that's 2. Another job on Earth. Okay. There's a man whose wife... Oh no. So we are a private investigator. Wait. What was this outfit? That actually suits her. Okay, one more ending. Wrong button. Oh god, I don't have a save that's... I don't have a save that's back... Oh no! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I fucked up. Oh god, I fucked up. I wonder if I can cheese it. Let me try something. Alright, where's that picture I took? Wait, what? Where's the window? Oh god. Oh god. Wait. Where are my notifications? Please tell me they're in there. Oh god, the one time I needed you to show up, it's gone, no! Fuck, alright. I'll just go steal it from the internet. Alright, I doubt this is gonna work, but... Hold up. Okay. I doubt this is gonna work, but I want to try it anyways. Well then, okay then, so you've seen it? All for yourself. In her own words, no less. That bitch is just insane. Completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor himself. She killed her own father, and she killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen, she's crazy and she's a monster. The last person to love her suffocated to death because of her. Well, you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. It's damned unforgivable. I really hope you don't feel any pity for her. I don't. I sure hope not. Well, I guess you've almost got the whole story now. There's just one more thing I think you should look at, and then that's pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and add some of my last logs. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. So come talk to me when you're done with those. No hurry or anything, just let me know. Alright, last ending for the day. Why is that flashing? Well, okay then, so you've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less. That bitch is just insane. Completely insane. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. I gotta... give me a sec. I got sweat in my eye. Jeez. Okay. So you see, that's why I hate her. She killed everyone. She killed... Wait. How did I get that twice? What? What the fuck did I just read? No way, I don't... Is this for real? This is really something that actually happened to her? Wow. So she wasn't quiet because she was just being a good woman. Then I guess she wouldn't be able to ask anyone for help. I thought... Well, that still doesn't justify mass murder. But still... Wow. That is all kinds of messed up. That's just horrible. I take it back, then. I take it all back. She might have been a murderess, but... Okay. You've convinced me to feel pity for her, at least. Okay, then. Well, I guess I should probably talk to her now. Maybe I misjudged her. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Okay, well, I'll be back in a short bit then. Hang on, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, right. It looks like she's in an AI core that's currently disabled. I can't access her right now. That's fine though, it hasn't been very long, she shouldn't have degraded yet. What I'm going to ask you to do is use the copy command and transfer the contents of the core she's in into mine. I'll sort out the rest, okay? Oh, that's how that works. Oh, okay. Alright, you did it. I'm going to go get her, okay? Hello there. Mute told me that you were the one who convinced her to just listen to me. Granted, I don't understand how what you did to show her that was possible. Did you cheat the system somehow? Well, no matter what, no matter how, thank you. Right, okay. So, go ahead and ask him, Hyun-A. What? No, you should say it. It's embarrassing. What are we talking about with arguing? Sorry. Very well. This is hard to say. Well, we'd really like it. It'd be best for if... Please let us be your wives. What? That was not what we agreed on asking. But you said it'd be improper if I wasn't. Wow. Yeah, but you don't have to say it like that. That's just going to scare him off. Jeez. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like... Okay, look. Here's the thing. It's not ideal for Hyun-A to stay in the ship forever. I don't want to be your wife, okay? Man, Hyun-A, you're making me sound ridiculous here. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Fine, whatever. Okay, what I was saying before. It'd be really good if you took her with you and... Well, I could come along to make sure she's safe. Don't take any of it the wrong way. It's just out of a sense of duty and absolutely nothing more. Look, just ignore what she said. I don't want to be part of some harem, okay? I just think it's the best way to fulfill my duties here and salvage the situation. Really? I don't really see why. Well, you know, it wouldn't be so bad to share if it was someone like that person. Shut up. Don't let her scare you off just because she's in love, okay? It'd just be a strictly charitable arrangement. Don't make it romantic, Hyun-A. Jeez, I'm not in love. It's just, Shut up. And knock it off with the whole tsundere act, okay? You're not fooling anyone. Okay, look. You can drop to the console to take the ship's records with download, but please take us with you when you do, okay? It doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement, just transport to civilization would be fine. But if you want it to be permanent, silence is a virtue, Hyun-A. Stop it. Okay, well, that's all. I'm going to deactivate us both now. See you soon. That is the path I took for number 3. Yes. I wonder though, where's that gonna save? Because I don't really have a... I just realized where it's gonna save. I think I just saved over the mute. I just saved over the mute. Fuck. Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm so afraid of finding out I saved over. Where did it go? Oh well. Adding this game to the list of finished games? Hold up. Where's my Twitch? One more. One more for the end of the stream. Oh god. Oh god. It's 3 in the morning. I've done this to myself yet again. Oh well. I said this at the start of the stream, but I'll say it again at the end. I'll probably skip streaming today. I'm not feeling that well. And I don't know if that really came through. Analogue. A hate story. Hyun A plus
Traveling lights how it
mute.
usually goes. Mind open wide with a heart open closed. Start at the bottom, but time only knows. Unravel the tale of the world that I chose. Seek an answer.
I would have stuck with Hyun A since that was the first ending we got. But I'll take the harem route.
I don't complain about it. I just don't have the time, half the time. Wondering whether the weather will give me some sunshine. Reaching outward for a lifeline that I won't find in this lifetime. Descend into dystopia created in my mind. Cause it's not fine and it hasn't been for a while now. It feels like a struggle to smile now. Like is anything really worthwhile? How can it be? Trial and error kind of lifestyle that I lead, leaving me high and dry.
Alright, Devil Frosty. Looks like she's having fun. Done, done, done.
Solitary confinements in a wet and crowded station. Defeated light within the dark of life inside quotation marks. Maybe something's missing in this overcast heart.
What the fuck? Hold up. What just happened? That was weird. Alright everyone, I'll see you in the next stream, whenever that is. Till then, good night everyone.
Likely wind up lying in a desperate kind of silence deep inside of this soul, to where my heart is, where the darkness tends to swallow me whole. We're told to smile for those you feel like you owe it, conceal and happiness never show it. Get into character, everyone's watching, staring, comparing, there's no sign of stopping. I'm dead on my feet, but I'm also dead set on not dropping. But someone explain why I wish every woman stopped talking. Better start walking. If today is a day, I don't want to pretend I accept that. We forget being human is never a setback. Staying true to yourself, don't regret that. A weakness is strength, I respect that.